boy. Oh, y'all know what time it is. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. How's you doing? How you doing? I'm doing quite well. If you couldn't tell, I'm refreshed. We're back. We're back. I've been watching the Sandman series on Netflix recently, and there's this woman in there with this English accent, and she's like, "The Sandman is back." And so that's just what I think of every time I ever say anything like I'm back. But welcome, I'm back. It is time for the first Space Tomato Star Citizen stream in a while. Just took a little break, got to go off with my family for a bit with my wife. We did some vacationing, some traveling, some eating, some good stuff, but we missed a lot of news. We missed a lot of stuff. So I've got today on the schedule, on the planner, we're gonna go over basically everything that I missed. We're gonna start with a quick review of the monthly report from August because it's got some good little tidbits in there. We're gonna jump into the recent Inside Star Citizen episodes and look at what they've been saying, give some context about how they got to where they were. And then we're also gonna talk a little bit about persistent entity streaming, the complications surrounding that, and CitizenCon coming up, what you might expect in the big event coming up next week. I will be putting out a video for that, by the way. I am doing a video talking about what to expect at CitizenCon next week. And then for the supporters, Twitch subscribers, YouTube channel members, Patreon members, Ko-fi people, all you people, thank you so much for everything you do for us. I'll be putting out a video to you talking about the history of CitizenCon. And I actually have the script for this. I'll give you a brief preview. It's a long video, but we go through every year of what CitizenCon has been, how it's changed, and then we finish it off talking about what we might expect this year. So if you are a supporter, look out for that. If you're not, check out the what to expect at the end of this week. And for everybody else, welcome. This is going to be the full in-depth, long-winded version of both those videos. Punji, how you doing, my friend? Thank you so much for the early sub and the late notification. Coming in with the toes. Good to see you, buddy. Everybody, thank you so much for coming, getting in here early, getting in here on time for our first stream in weeks. Well, our first Star Citizen stream. I appreciate you. I think it was Suzuki was in here like way early. Yeah, 2 hours to go. Thank you for popping in. DJ Cat Mom, I see you. How do you enter the ship giveaway? Depends on which one you want. We've got 2 giveaways currently running. Both are in the video description on YouTube, and both will be spawned by using the command on Twitch. Giving away a saber, an Aegis saber with a special red paint and a copy of Star Citizen. Also giving away an Aurora MR with a copy of Star Citizen. That one's over on Twitch. You'll be able to check that out by using the command ! giveaway or checking out the video description. Toter Kenny, dude, I'm always so pumped to see that you are hanging out, still around, still supporting. I know you've been busy, haven't been able to be around in the community as much, but I appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much for the sub and the support. Ken, I see you in there. Shifty, how you doing? Cantor, always early, always on time. I love it. Victor, good to see you. Reese, my man, how's it going out there in Cali? Are we still blazing hot, or has it cooled down a little bit? Back from Hurston. I'm back from Hurston. My lungs are approximately 26% worse. Thank you for the welcome back, Ken. Appreciate you. Dennis, looking forward to the updates and a shot at the ship giveaway. My friend, take that shot. I'm betting we won't have too many in this first giveaway. 27 watching, only 9 likes. Can we get watches? Can we get likes for Space Tomato? I know the people will like when they like. They'll come when they come. Appreciate all that liking and subscribing. Squadron 42 news. Ooh. You know, actually, as I've been reviewing the CitizenCons over the years, you know, when you lay them out one right after the other, and you look at what was being said, it looks really bad. I'm not gonna lie, this video is gonna have for sure have like a negative slant. Not because of, I mean, I'll put in a couple of my own negative opinions, but honestly, just laying out the facts of how CitizenCon has gone over the years, it just doesn't look great. They were very, very bad at laying down the expectations. Only 26%. It was only 2 days in Hurston. Just 2. What up, PPR? Thank you for the welcome back. I am happy to be back. Oh, it feels good. Feels good. I still haven't gotten into game though. I haven't played any Star Citizen in almost 3 weeks now, but I'm glad to just be back talking about it, getting into it, looking at all the drama I missed. Lots of stuff happened. I know. That's why I'm like, we gotta dedicate a whole stream to this. First time catching the live stream. Welcome. Welcome, my friend. Have you ever gotten to see them recorded? I feel like they're not as fun, but some people love them. For all of you who love watching these after the fact, much love. You are still first class citizens. I will never treat you like Hurston. Old friend of the hammer. First time you've been able to see the live stream as well. Look at us. We got a whole bunch of first timers in here today. Pretty chill. No Squadron 42 gameplay of any kind since 2017. But yeah, it's we'll get to that. What's going on in SC? Nothing. It's a scam. I mean, sure. Questions answered. Star Citizen's a scam. Nothing's going on. Everybody can get the fuck out of the stream. Go home, folks. During the fact, after the fact, you'd watch them before the fact, if you could. Pre-watching. Was cool listening to the podcast live and throwing in comments. Yeah, I love doing the podcast live. I like that. Like, if you all are Twitch subscribers, by the way, you are able to come watch the podcast live. They're pretty fun. They're cool. And we oftentimes will have a little bit of discussion behind the scenes. We have a lot of discussions behind the scenes that we don't have on the podcast. It's a little extra. You thought all the pyro footage was from 42? No, pyro's not in Squadron 42. That's all just future of Star Citizen stuff. Updated emails have mentioned a new vertical slice a few times, clearly not slated for SitCon. Yeah, I think that's a internal vertical slice. I don't think that's something that they're going to do for us. What do I say about the rumors that there might be a new vertical slice in December 24th? Maybe there's more talk about this than I thought. At least previously in the last few months, I think they were mentioning that in the monthly reports, and I was thinking it was internal, but we're about to dive into it. Maybe I missed something. But before we start with this, does anybody else follow the stuff going on with like Twitch and platforms and stuff? Because there has also been some crazy Twitch drama going on, which I feel is kind of pertinent considering we are on Twitch, and things seem to be changing a little bit. I won't get too deep into it. Y'all have probably seen my rants. At some point, I'm gonna put a video out on my second channel talking about kind of the difference between making content between the two, but I think we're gonna start to see more people kind of moving over to Twitch or to YouTube with some of the changes that Twitch has been making over the last few years. But we'll talk more about that later. Let's get into the monthly report. So I do this at the beginning of every month, and unfortunately I couldn't do it this month because we were gone. So we are a bit late. It's like the third week of the month. This is all kind of old news, but I'm not going to do a super in-depth dive today. Y'all don't deserve that. We've got plenty of stuff to get through today. Persistent energy streaming, SitCon, all that jazz. So we're going to do a quick little review of this, overview of some of the interesting bits, and then we'll jump on from there. But this should be hopefully interesting stuff. I already made the video for it, so I know. What's float plane? Astropub's very vocal about the Twitch thing. Everybody who's on Twitch should be vocal about it. They are just, I mean, I guess they banned gambling, so there's that, but you almost got ripped off by someone claiming to be me. Yeah, that's a common scam on YouTube, is for people to make fake profiles that look like the profile of the video you're watching and then reply in comments saying that you won giveaways. For anybody who's watching this or not watching this, I guess, I will never, ever, ever ask you to reach out to me for the giveaway. I will always get in touch with you or make a public announcement on my channel, my Discord, or here in a stream. I will never throw some like random message out on YouTube comments, or like, sometimes I might message you on Twitch, but when I'm doing that, when I'm messaging you on Twitch, make sure to always go and check my channels, because I put out the announcements for this kind of stuff. I'm always going to make sure people understand that they are talking to me, Space Tomato, and not just getting some random message. I'm not going to throw in a bunch of exclamation points and tildes and stuff. So keep an eye out for those telltale signs of your favorite Tomat. Floatplane's the thing that spawned out of Linus Tech Tips, a subscription-only streaming service which allows people to multi-stream. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I do love YouTube, though. Oh, the Dark Law coming in here with a dark raid, my man. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. I actually only just started streaming again. I only just started streaming. I'm brand new to this. I don't know what's going on. Thank you so much. Let me give you that shout out. This is my first stream back from a couple of weeks now. I was off to see the family a little bit, that annual visit, and came back to go over all the news I missed. CitizenCon preparation, last couple inside Star Citizen, the salvage stuff, persistent entity streaming monthly report. So anybody who just came in with the Dark Law, thank you so much for joining that raid. And if you like Star Citizen news, you want to hear more about what's going on or get some additional context, I'm here for you. I got you. Sit down, grab some popcorn, pop an orange soda, or maybe like a cream soda. Cream soda's good. Or a beer. Like if you like a beer, you could spark up a joint. I really don't care. Do whatever makes you comfortable and sit here while we go over some Star Citizen stuff. Dark Law, how you been, man? What have you been up to? Playing Star Citizen. What were you doing today? I don't even know what's the meta now. What are we even doing in Star Citizen anymore? Are we still trying to clean up all the medical gowns, or do we forget about that? You love YouTube as well. Are you considering streaming over there, Dark Law? Or are you staying with Twitch? Not that you have to make any like specific choice right at the moment, but I'm curious to see where people are leaning. More emoji hype. We want to get some new emojis for the channel. It's been a little while since we've had an update. I do need more emojis. Yes. That has been on the backlog for like 2 months now. And we really do want to get definitely more expressive emojis too. Ours are very small, so you can't really tell what's going on with them. But we are due for an update. Thanks for calling that out, Toter. I got you. Ran out of Dr. Pepper. Bummer. You remember Lemon crypto-based streaming platform? A crypto streaming platform. Huh. Hey, Anno. Good to see you. Our lovely, highly esteemed mods. You're a partner on YouTube as well, so you can instant switch if needed. You're staying on Twitch for now until it kills itself. Slowly committing suicide by all the cuts. You're gonna wait till that last cut. I feel that. The top 0.01% of streamers will still negotiate lucrative contracts to stay on the platform. The revenue split change primarily hurts those who are dependent on steady income from their work on Twitch. Yeah, but it also changes the whole idea of the platform, because it was already ridiculously hard to make a living doing streaming, and that was the goal for a lot of people. A lot of people continue to stream through 100 concurrent viewers to 200 concurrent viewers with the idea that that'll be their living, right? But if you can't get yourself a deal for more money from Twitch, you're losing more of the incentive that you need to stay there. Suddenly now you have to start supplementing that income. You have to make videos on YouTube. You have to get deals with brands on TikTok. And then the question starts to come up, well, if I'm making videos on YouTube and I'm starting to build up this following over there, why don't I just stream there too? It's a slow thing, I think, but I feel like it's starting to happen. Anyways, I have been distracted enough. Let's look at this monthly report. So, like I said, we're going to skip most things here. The AI section was massive in this monthly report and had some pretty cool stuff. One of the cooler bits that they've been talking about in the different monthly reports over the last month or two was their whole idea of investigations in the game. So they've got this thing going on. Let me get our handy dandy footage library so I can pull up some stuff as I explain this. Let's see. So looking here, it says they had the basis of the investigation behavior implemented into the game. So this is basically about AI being able to go through a room, search for players, and if they can't find any players, let other AI know that they can't and move on. It reads, the team moved on to implementing group investigation, which involves sharing potential hiding locations between AI characters searching for the same target. This behavior is built from the token system that allows multiple AIs to collaborate by pooling resources and was discussed with future use in mind. The generic shared data, in this case hiding location, can be specialized for specific use cases. As the NPCs move around the room, they determine and share which hiding locations have been seen so that other NPCs won't revisit them. From a simple implementation comes quite complicated results, with NPCs now moving to cover the room as you would expect them to do in real life. And you can see something like that here, where you have two different NPCs, one checking out the space, the other covering their back. This is a separate AI behavior, but it is a similar idea. And the idea is that I'm not sure if they'll have vocal cues to each other. I would hope so, because that'd be weird if not. But essentially an AI will be able to know that you are in a room, and instead of just automatically knowing you're there and shooting around the corner, because sometimes these AI act like they can see through the walls, they can now legitimately go around corners, call out that they've checked that corner. The other AI will record this information and remember not to go to that space. I think it's a pretty cool feature. It sounds really neat. I don't pay that much attention to AI in most games I play, but now that I've started to obsess over it with these monthly reports, I'll keep an eye out for it more. But it's always great to hear the AI improvements. And this section, the features section, doesn't necessarily mean we'll be seeing it anytime soon. The way it generally works in their workflow with AI stuff is you'll hear about stuff down here in AI tech. You'll read about it being worked on as a technology of the game. And then you'll hear about it here in AI features as they kind of implement that technology into something that's tangible in the game. And then you'll finally hear about it in AI content, where the designers, the actual devs that are working at the ground level in the game are starting to implement it into something that's that we can see going on. Thanks for reading it so you don't have to. Of course. And if you ever want the smaller summary, I've got that for you on the channel. Welcome back. Thank you, Steve. YouTube has announced a creator fund for their shorts platform. Yeah, so we're also considering that. I think I'm probably going to keep my YouTube shorts to my second channel, not to disrupt the main channel's flow. It's got a very good format, and I like where the main channel is. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to move. I will start making more casual content on the second channel, along with small updates through shorts, and then I'm going to move my podcast to the main channel to make up some room there. So shorts is an option. And I think Star Citizen has plenty of little bits of info that come out that would be perfect for YouTube shorts. This ship skin just came out, and here's how you can get it. That kind of stuff. 2-minute video, 1-minute video. I think it's only 1 minute. The AI also means that mission givers could be an NPC, or any NPC could become a mission giver. Where are you reading that? I know that they've kind of talked about that, but I haven't heard much more about it since that first time they mentioned it. Yeah, this can definitely increase the difficulty of the combat AI. Reading comments, AI sucks. It's that they need to get that fixed. You know, they need to get the network problems fixed so that we can actually see if the AI sucks or not. You hate shorts, not gonna feed that algorithm. Why do you hate shorts? Post them on both. That's not gonna go well. I definitely want to make sure that the main channel is always hitting a specific niche and flow, and I don't want to interrupt that with the more casual experimental stuff that we're doing. Not personally a shorts fan, but you get people are super into them. It'd be a shame not to go for that just on a business kind of angle. I don't like shorts personally. I don't watch short form content. I don't watch Reels or TikTok or YouTube shorts. I avoid them like the plague. I'll watch them if they're like playing. My wife watches them, so I watch hers, but I'm not a huge fan of vertical videos from both a consumption and a production standpoint. It's very annoying to make vertical videos without just filming from a phone, and that's not really what I want to do. But I do think that, I mean, I wish that there was, how do I put this? There's different types of content, right? You've got 1 to maybe 3 minute videos that, let's be honest, you watch on the toilet, or or like you watch when you're in between 2 different things. Then you got like your 10 to 15 to maybe even 20-minute videos that are like, okay, I'm sitting down, I've got a drink, I've got my shoes kicked off, I am here for the show. And then you've got like hour-long videos, documentary style videos, or even like live streams that handle a different sort of news style. I've never been one to make 1 to 2 minute videos, but I love the idea of it because oftentimes I skip a lot of ideas because I think, oh, there's not enough there for me to make a full video out of it. The incentive to make more short videos is nice. I do wish that incentive wasn't linked to the vertical format. I do, but that is how they're doing it. I personally really wish that they would separate those from your regular videos so they didn't interrupt the rest of your channel, but we'll see how they go about it. Most like to hit that 10-minute mark for the ads. I think 10 minutes is too long, to be honest. I prefer, it's actually 8 minutes, by the way. You don't have to go 10 minutes for midpoint ads in your video. You just have to hit 8 minutes. My advice would be to use shorts to bait people into looking at your channel. So short clips of cool ship landings. Clips in general, short clips, making short clips that point towards your other videos is good practice on YouTube, even if they're not specifically shorts, you know? Welcome back. Thank you, DV. Good to see you. Back on track? Yes, Tickle Wizard. Let's get back to the monthly report. Let's see. So another interesting thing they did with AI was something called a token system, a firing token system. This one's cool. So this system, sorry about the frame rate, by the way, on this camera. I don't know why it's so low today. This new system, it uses basically when several AI are targeting the same character and want to fire, they will request one of a limited number of shared tokens. So imagine you got a bag of marbles and everybody who has the marble is allowed to shoot their friend with a water gun. But this is a stupid metaphor. We don't even need the metaphor. It's very straightforward. Basically, there's a set number of tokens that AI can hold that says that they can shoot at you. If there are too many AI in an area, they can't all shoot at you because there's a limited amount of tokens. If they are successful in getting those tokens, they fire. If not, they will defer to do something else. So this is where AI archetypes might come in, which I think they talked about. Was that last month's report? might have been. They talked about AI archetypes, and I think that the firing tokens will say, hey, if you don't have a firing token, do whatever your archetype calls for, whether that's support, giving ammo to other players, healing players, taking up a different position, stuff like that. It allows the team to further control the pressure placed on the player while also generating covering fire behaviors, as some characters will fire whilst others are moving. That's also a good point. If it's allowing them to change the way that you're getting challenged in battle, that means that they don't necessarily have to keep adding more and more players or more and more NPCs to an area to increase the difficulty. They can just have a set number of NPCs that always show up in a specific place. And I'm thinking this is mostly for Squadron 42. And even if you're changing the difficulty of the game, you're not actually going to see, like, they won't do that old thing of just stacking dozens of NPCs into that area to make it harder. They'll just say, hey, the NPCs have more ability to fire on you all at the same time. Camera is in SC mode. Yeah, I'm so that you guys can read this more easily. Ooh, this sounds like a juicy conversation. The shorts conversation is an interesting one, huh? G Sharp, you asked why. What was that referring to? Yeah, NPC Team 1 covers, NPC Team 2 moves, NPC Team 3 glitches through the floor, and NPC Team 4 turns into a pretzel right in front of your eyes. All right, this was, I think, mostly... Yeah, this is mostly what I had in mind for the AI section. So let's move on to AI tech. They talked about navigation links, NPC movement refactor, NPC transitions, subsumption, ship pilot perception. AI, that's mostly all we had to really focus on. The AI from Half-Life was revolutionary. There was some great AI in games in the 2000s. I know Fear is one that's commonly pointed to. They made very convincing AI in that game. Not necessarily the best, but they were like just really good at keeping the game moving. Why limit how many can shoot you? Oh yeah. So a difficulty thing generally, but also there's like a good balance, you know, of challenge that you want in a game. You don't want it to be too difficult, even if there are 10 NPCs in a room. I've never been in combat in real life, but I imagine if there were 10 different people in combat in a room, they wouldn't all shoot at the same time, right? They would take turns, they'd cover each other when they're reloading. Some would be moving at one point, some might be doing something else at another point. I think this is a really good way to make sure that NPCs are doing more than just shooting without specifically assigning them actions to do. So instead of setting a timer on your NPC and saying, okay, every 10, 15 seconds when you're shooting at that player, move to a new location. Or every 5 seconds, check your teammate. Or every 30 seconds, heal your teammate. Instead, they can be like, you have no timer, but if you can't shoot, then do something else. And it feels a little more natural that way, I think. All right, art, where we learn about all of our ship stuff. So. The SRV is in the gray box phase, and we've been seeing plenty of it. We started hearing more about it. Oh my gosh, do I not have any footage of the SRV? That's crazy, that's madness. We started talking about the SRV in the monthly reports, I want to say in May, I think. And they were saying that the team that was working on the Hull A, I believe, moved on to the SRV after they were done. So the SRV is a pretty interesting ship. This is, I think the SRV is going to introduce a lot more sandbox aspects to the game. Because if you look up the Star Citizen Argo SRV Q&A, that's an ad. They've got some interesting tidbits in here that we've gone over. All of you who are regulars getting that deja vu, I know. This is back when they first released the concept of it, and there was an interesting question in here. So this isn't the question, but this is another interesting one. Does the tractor beam only work in space, or is it possible to tow a ship from a landing pad, take off, go into space, quantum travel, enter a planet's atmosphere, and finally land while towing a ship? And they say the tractor beam can be used in any location. However, the environment will affect the difficulty of maintaining a capture of the target item, assuming atmosphere and gravity makes a difference when you're trying to drag a giant ship unpowered. But the real kicker is this: can the SRV tow asteroids? And they say physicalized items in the world can be manipulated if they're within the mass range of a tractor beam. We know this because the cargo refactor is physicalizing cargo, which will allow us to move all of the boxes that we normally get for cargo hauling with the what's it called? Oh my gosh. Whoa. Hold up. I missed a sub from my man Reese and a gifted sub from Toter Kenny. Thank you both. I'm so sorry I missed that. I appreciate it. You guys just did that say that we passed our 5? Wow. We passed halfway to our goal for the day. Thank you. So we've already been hearing about how the tractor beam is going to be able to move different objects around in the game, but this goes a step further. They say currently the only dynamic asteroids in the game are the mineable variety. Currently. So maybe that means other asteroids will be interactable, but even then, it will be possible to tow these asteroids around if desired. That's confirmation that we are going to be able to move mineable rocks with tractor beams. That's pretty cool. I don't think it necessarily affects most people, but like I said, this really opens up a lot of sandbox gameplay for people, because this is talking about, yes, asteroids, but then you're also talking about cargo, derelict spaceships, not derelict spaceships. There's a lot of stuff that you can do tractor beam stuff with, and I think this is a pretty important confirmation. They're probably going to talk more about the SRV towards the end of this year, beginning of next year, so we'll get updates on this info. But the SRV being worked on is really exciting for the game, because it's starting to introduce more of those deep game mechanics that we really haven't gotten yet. You think that the SRV will release in 3.18? I don't think it'll come out till next year. I think they're not going to release it until the tractor beam's working on ships, but we'll see. Could the token system be just to avoid all NPCs targeting the player when there are more NPC targets for them? I've had experience where the NPCs only shoot at you instead of other NPCs. Yes and no, because I don't think... Yeah, see, they don't say necessarily that NPCs are targeting the same player. They say character, so the tokens might apply to NPCs as well. They might not be able to shoot at all if there's no tokens available. Convincing NPC behavior scripting is wildly underappreciated. It takes layers upon layers since you're starting from technically the computer always goes first with perfect tick scan. Yeah, you got to tell the computer how to not be so good and cool. Awesome. Gosh, computer's so cool. Since you can now haul all the quant rocks together and then break them apart with a crude mole at the same time. Yeah, see, that kind of stuff. It's like these little features come in and they're okay at face value, but once you start getting more creative players in to play around with them, you realize that like they're doing a little bit more for the game than you initially think. Aren't working tractor beams coming with 3.18 as well? I would assume they'd need it for the cargo refactor. The multi-tool tractor beam already works. I don't know if they're going to bring in the actual tractor beam tool. For those of you who haven't seen it, I'll show you that real quick. So there is a standalone tractor beam that we had teased to us quite a while ago now. I want to say like a year and a half. And see if I can pull this up. Where are you? Come on, my friend. Here we go. So this is sort of a white box animation of the standalone tractor beam that they wanted to have. Here's a better look at it with its final art in a concept phase. So this is going to be what we use probably more than the pyro tool, what's it called? Multi-tool, pyro, whatever. The multi-tool attachment for tractor beams is going to be kind of your extra, you're in an emergency. This is what cargo people are going to be using mostly. And we have no idea when it's coming. It was on the Star Citizen roadmap a while ago. And the planned work finished on it, and we've gotten no updates. So, you know, they can't tell us everything that's going on all the time, because then we'd be incredibly overloaded. But at the same time, the work on this finished back in April. So it would be nice to know kind of what's going on with it. But can't confirm or deny whether it's going to be coming with 318 or not. That would be cool. But if they don't talk about it, it's hard to expect it. Removal of the Quantanium. Yeah, that would be good. Just having somebody who's cleaning up the mining field as you're breaking rocks. Solid. Hey, Unknown Guardian, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you. The support goes a long way. You like the podcast with Jack Axton? Love talking to that guy. He's good fun. The yellow box gets me every time. Wonder what kind of functionality will that tool have? We will probably be able to pick up containers and maybe even small ships. I don't know about small ships. Maybe a hovercraft or like a bike, maybe the Ranger or something, a trolley. I don't know. It'll be interesting to hear what they have planned for that. Will that be able to pick up like a 9 SCU box, or do we have to stick to just the 1 SCUs? Five-month resub? Did it not show your resub, G? That is a shame. Oh no, you're talking about Unknown Guardian. Yeah, they resubbed up for 5 months. Much love for that. All right, so tractor beams. How did we even get talking to oh, the SRV, right? We were in art. All right, moving on. Final art pass for an unannounced ship continued with the bulk of LOD work nearing completion. This is probably the same ship from the previous month. Monthly report, looking at July. Probably the same ship from the previous month that they said had some interesting bits. Here we go. So this is the unannounced ship moving from gray box to final art. And then that was July. And then in August, the final art pass continued. So it's definitely the same ship. So what we're looking at here in August, they're saying the bulk of LOD work is nearing completion. This ship reportedly has a cockpit, dashboard, habitation, and cargo hold. Now we don't know if there is more than that. These are the only rooms that we have actually confirmed. And the dashboard is not a room, it's in the cockpit, but this gives the feeling that it's not that big of a ship. And the fact that it has a cargo hold and there is no pertinent gameplay coming in with 318 or IAE or anything like that besides salvage, there's a good chance this is a cargo focused ship. But I was just with essentially the info runners over on Astropub's Captain's Table podcast over the weekend, and we did talk about the possibility that they just didn't name everything here. There are some whispers and murmurs that maybe it's a mid-sized salvage ship, but I think that would be I think that sounds a little too optimistic. I think this might be a small cargo focused ship, maybe something similar to the size of maybe even like a Vulture size, like 25 to 40 meters in length. But there's not much knowing other than the fact that they got through the gray box phase in July, and then now they are getting through the final art phase in August. So it'll be interesting to see in the next couple of weeks what they say about it in the September. You think it's an Explorer? Maybe it's an Explorer. That's also that could work. Explorers don't need anything other than those parts as well. Hope it's not an Explorer. Honestly, like I only want another Explorer if they're bringing in more in-depth scanning capabilities with it. Another unannounced vehicle, this time on the ground, passed a final review with just some small alterations, probably ground vehicle altercations. This is probably something that'll also be coming either with 3.18 or during IAE later in November, both of which will be like 2 weeks away from each other, so same time, same. We need to ship manifest. Yes, ship manifest was something that I kind of was thinking would come with the cargo refactor until we realized that the cargo refactor is not necessarily a cargo refactor. It's more just a cargo physicalization. Definitely on the to-do list for them though. They've shown us, I think I have one here, some concept art to show us what they have in mind for things like manifest. Here's something. And this actually looks kind of similar to the recent teasers, right? Everybody saw the recent teasers they did for the UI coming out. I don't know if I have any footage for that. I don't know if we've saved that on here yet. But they've shown us some recent UI footage in one of the ISCs in the last month, and it actually looks kind of like this. So I think they're continuing forward with this sort of model, this idea of holographic menus, and that hopefully will be our manifest. The mining and refining seems to be only for self-use, not for sale. You're talking about the when we mine stuff and then turn it in? You can sell it after, you mean to other players. So that brings up another good point in that we need to be able to transfer ownership of cargo. I think that's a big part of needing to refactor the whole cargo system, but they haven't talked about that either. So we don't know when that might be coming. Yeah, that was a really old UI concept. It's like 2015, 2016. All right, next up, resource management pass on the Aegis Hammerhead continued with a new gravity generator room being added. A lot of people didn't know, but being able to change the gravity of your ship is actually, it's a thing. Just one of those things that kind of points towards the detail that they want in the game. We have an early look already at the engineering gameplay. This is a mock-up, or not a mock-up, but this is a dev view. This isn't the UI that we'll be working with, but you can see kind of the bones underneath what they're thinking. What? Nothing to show here? Screw you, there's plenty to show here. The life support section, obviously with the ability to change your atmospheric composition, your temperatures and all that stuff. But down here, you can see that gravity is indeed a thing that they want opened up to us. So they've already started with life support. They've got it working. We've had it reported to us in monthly reports that you can now start to change the atmospheric composition of the rooms. Next step for them, it sounds like, is gravity. So we'll keep an eye out for that in the next few monthly reports to see if they're working on the functionality of this and not just the art. Work on the Mist Hull C continued. Oh, gosh, the Mist Hull C. That's one of the things that popped out to me when I was doing these CitizenCon overviews and just looking at the different things that they were like, yeah, it's totally coming to the game. The Hull C was on there for like 2017. Blessings, Profeta. How you doing? Good to see you in here. Okay, the US team moved on to the Drake Corsair through final arts. We didn't really know what was going on with the Drake Corsair for a while, but they have finally moved it up to a 3.18 launch, I think. Yep. So it's now confirmed for 3.18, something that we were going back and forth on. Not sure if it was going to come out next year or at the end of this year. I'm glad to see that they've got it in. It's been being worked on for quite a while. Did they say that the Hull C will come with the cargo refactor? They did not. No, They haven't said anything about a Hull C release, just giving us some progress updates on it. Then, of course, the Drake Vulture is approaching release. The engine section, I don't believe had too much to go over. It did talk about Gen 12, which is always a good thing. And it sounds like they are trying to get the majority of the rest of the work for Gen 12 into the 318 launch. Oh, Billy Two Names. Thank you for the bits. Bits are dope. Thank you so much for them. They help us a lot. They're kind of like less known about, but they are super helpful and they add up. So thanks for that support. Yeah, they haven't said anything about the Hull C really. I just jumped subjects, I'm sorry. But yeah, Gen 12 is going to do a lot to help optimize the game, help it run a little bit better, and allow the company to move forward in their rendering and graphics stuff. So global illumination, support for the Vulkan renderer, or Vulkan API, sorry, better cloud tech, less visual glitches, all that kind of stuff is going to start to roll out after Gen 12 is set in stone. A lot like we reached Planet Tech V1 back in, what was that, yeah, no, not 314. Here? 310? Where was it? 3.9? I don't remember which patch it was. I think it was 310. I think it was the height maps update that solidified Planet Tech V1. No, V4, sorry. Planet Tech V4 was, they call it V4, but it was kind of like the first version of their actual Planet Tech that they were comfortable moving forward with. They were like, okay, we've got height maps, humidity and temperature, and tile boxing looking a little bit better. Now we can start to focus on things like rivers, rock arches, canyons, and interesting geometry like that. Once they got to that point, we started to see a lot more interesting kind of additions coming into Planet Tech. Things that I wish I had right on cue to show you, but I need to take a second to find. Things like this, these sorts of rock arches and stuff. Things like canyons, steep cliff faces, rivers, as we talked about before. So these kinds of things they weren't really that important because the actual planets themselves were never able to handle that stuff. They were still trying to figure out how to make the planet as a whole work. So after they got to Planet Tech V1, they finally started to branch out into things that were a bit more interesting for us. And that's sort of similar to what they're doing with the Gen 12 renderer and the ability to render the game. They get this first version of the renderer finally done. It helps the game, yes, but it's going to open their capabilities a lot more to be able to do some interesting stuff. Side question, is there a way that you can have chat while in full screen on Windows on Chrome? No, that's one of the worst parts about watching streams on YouTube, is that you can't really watch the chat and the stream at the same time. It's annoying. Will the Gen 12 upgrade directly help performance itself, or is it more of a stepping stone? It's both. It'll open them up to be able to continue to optimize the game, but Gen 12 itself, once it is fully passed over to that renderer, will help with optimization of the game. Sounds like we're limited to hull stripping for 318. Yeah. 318 is only hull stripping in terms of salvage. Don't really, I guess what would come after that is probably ship munching, and that's a ways away. All right, so we also got white box. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm all the way down at engine. That was really all that I was going to touch on with the engine team. So let's move forward some more. Whoops. This is Arena Commander and Star Marine stuff. Okay, features in the characters and weapon strain. We got some movement extrapolation going on. FPS devices. In July, the team also started laying the groundwork for FPS devices. There are already some examples of these in the game, such as grenades and mining gadgets. But as the list of devices expands, the team wants to take a more systemic approach to ensure the setup and flow are consistent across the board. So we already talked about one device today. That was the tractor beam. That falls into that category. But we've also got some other things. We've got this cutter tool. This is another thing they've been working on. Shown at the same time as the tractor beam. Not entirely sure when it's going to happen though. We've got what you're seeing here on the screen now, which is the breaching charge. This is one that is definitely not really known much about. Trying to find a better video of it for you. The breaching charge is exactly what it sounds like. It's meant to breach into doors, ships, and in general get through barriers. I thought I had a video of this. Oh, here we go. So here it is. It's made by Bearing. They make some of the weapons in the game. It's just an explosive charge with a few arms that go out and attach to a doorway. But this is an example of an FPS gadget or item and the kind of thing that that they're talking about in this part of the monthly report. I think there was also one other one that wasn't so much a breaching charge, but like a breaching tool. I don't know if I have the footage saved for that though. Yeah, I do. So you can see here, not quite a charge, but this is sort of an item that you would pick up and you'd put on a doorway that doesn't have any power, and it can essentially pry that door open. You can see, pick it up, place it on the door, activate it, and it pushes the door open for you so that you can then slip through. So this would be another FPS gadget. Just some examples of the stuff they're talking about. CIG changed salvage to ship munching. Munch, munch. They actually said, they called it that here. Oh my God, am I on the wrong? I'm reading the wrong monthly report. I'm so dumb. That was the wrong features section. But I could have sworn they mentioned ship munching. Maybe that's on the progress tracker. Munch, munch, munch. Yeah, vehicle munching. It's actually the next step in salvage. So not for a while, not until late next year, but it's a thing. So I'm dumb. I'm going to make sure this is all the way over here so I don't mistake it again. Realistically, in fact, in August, not that any of that stuff, they were actually working on ladder traversal, which is, it's cool. The ability for us to shoot from ladders, to jump off ladders, to look in any direction from ladders. Much more complicated than it sounds from what I've heard from people who make games, work on games, and the team behind the Fallout, the Fallout series. Ladders are hard. So it's cool to see that they're building more functionality in. Let's see. That's all for characters. Moving on to gameplay. They talk more again about the resource network work. Resource network work. The work. This is something that's going to be at CitizenCon, and we're going to talk in depth about this later on in the stream. But the resource network getting work done is one of the most significant pieces of news that we can get when it comes to multi-crew gameplay. Up until now, you've been able to sit in your co-pilot's chair. You can man a turret. You can even load some cargo into the ship if you want to. But really, the idea of needing a crew for your ship has never existed in Star Citizen. The resource network is the first time that's going to be true. It probably won't have everything involved right at the start, but having to repair relays as you blow out fuses because your turrets are running too hot or your shields have been overstrained. That kind of stuff is going to be pretty significant when it comes to bigger ships. And it looks like the first big ship they're working on with it is the Hammerhead, as we've seen before. And the other ship that they're working on it with is the Hull A. Kind of caught me off guard. It's a bit surprising, but it is a newer ship, so it's up to the standard, and it's a small ship, so it's easy to work with. We'll keep an eye out for what they're doing with this in the September monthly report, but it's good to see that they're making progress on the resource network. I hope that they don't have to just go through they are going to have to go through every ship. They're going to have to go through every ship to hook this up, and this is why the idea of a gold standard is iffy, because we don't know if the gold standard of these ships that has been getting put in includes the work needed for this. I assume some of the newer ones do because they've known about this for a couple of years, but this is where people start to say, okay, that's feature creep. That's feature creep that's making things take longer. It's not feature creep. The idea that you needed to control and repair and maintain your ship as it ran has always been part of the plan. It's just a matter of they didn't know how they were going to do it in the game, so they had to figure out how to do it first and then go back and fix it for the ships. Same thing goes for stuff like the damage map, things like wear and tear, things like the cargo refactor. All of these are things that were planned and aren't necessarily new features, but because they didn't have anything to go off of before, they had to wait until now to start putting them in and making them work. Just wanted to say thanks for all the content. Greatly enjoy it. Lost in Walmart. Thank you. Thank you for coming and enjoying it. Also, I hope you get out of Walmart. That's not a fun place to be lost. I prefer Target, maybe. Typo and Stream Elements bought Star Citizen and Sci-Fi Gaming YouTube. Oh, Sidian. Thank you for that. Is that for the podcast? It is for the podcast. Thank you. I'll have to change that up on Stream Elements. Network work has been this game's unicorn. Once server meshing is in full swing, this game is on track to be the best space game ever. Best space sim ever. We talked about this as well on the captain's table over the weekend. There is so much. I'll probably do a video about this at the beginning of next year. There's so many features that have been seeing work over the last 2 years that have either been delayed in the last year, features like hacking, or we've known have been being worked on but haven't been put into the game, things like tractor beams. And it's not a guarantee that they'll all be in the game next year. In fact, it's like a 90% chance that they won't, but it does kind of feel like a lot of stuff is going to get added because they're getting the tech hurdles out of the way. Persistence is in. No, it's not in. It's going to Evocati. Apparently not today, but Persistence is coming in the end of this year. Server meshing probably at this point won't come until the end of next year, but those two things being finished, the Gen 12 renderer being finished, damage maps being finished, tractor beam is working, hacking being worked on, resource management, ground bases, AI shopkeepers. There's a lot of stuff up in the air right now. I'm not trying to overhype, which is why I'm using my non-hype voice. This is my very stoic non-hype voice. But at some point it will turn into a hype voice because it seems like there's a lot of stuff kind of dawdling along in production right now. In fact, why don't we look more into that stuff? Hey, check it out. Work on life support was finalized and is now awaiting downstream support. That means that they're waiting for the UI team, the audio team, the VFX teams, basically the polish teams to take a look at life support and get it ready for in-game. And this is gameplay. This isn't art or any of that kind of stuff. This is actually stuff that's being built in. So resource network, life support, and again, here's the gravity generator popping up. I just said earlier, I said, let's see if they work on anything besides the art for the gravity generator, and here they are. They're building the actual features for the gravity generator. So they're making good progress on the features that make the spaceships matter. And that's very important because right now a lot of spaceships feel like they don't have any specific reason for you to use them. There's no reason for you to use the Freelancer over the Cutlass, even though the Freelancer might have a better a better layout of components and relays. Everything starts to come into question when these things come online in terms of what reasons you're using a ship for. Finally, salvages and QA. We know plenty of that. We'll be looking at that again later in the new ISC coming out. It's fun to get lost in Micro Center. If only I ever lived near one. Isn't that the problem though with agile development? CIG starts working on a million things and tells us they are working on a million things, but we only see completed things for SC and not Squadron 42. I don't have enough experience to speak towards agile development. I've heard plenty about it, but I don't know exactly what it means. But yeah, it's definitely been a problem, and I think this is outside of their development style and also speak towards too much attempt to hype up work being done. We oftentimes will see something that's nowhere near close to being ready for the game. However, it can sometimes look like it is. So like derelicts, for instance. You guys remember, let's see. Let me find those derelict videos. This is like a great example of it. They don't do this as much anymore, by the way. They used to do this far too often. So like these kinds of derelicts, no, actually, like this kind of stuff. Granted, we do have that Starfarer wreck, but like these windmills and the idea of NPCs even being around these derelicts that was always the plan, and it was being worked on, but they were nowhere near getting the ability for the NPCs to actually be there. And so we saw this, and then 4 years later they finally put it out. But a lot of times CIG just shows stuff way too early, and a lot of times they're showing the stuff before they've figured out how to do it, and it takes them a little while longer to make it work. And a lot of times people think that means that they're lying about the features. Oftentimes these features will come and go, and people will think that they've actually been completely removed from the plan of the game because they're just not showing up anymore, when in reality CIG's just had to figure something else out before they could move on to that stuff. Fire's got you hyped. Yo, the fire, that's actually a great example of it too. So fire has been something that we've been looking at. This is footage from 2021. They've been showing the tool that will define how fire works in the game for a while. We've seen it, the way that a ship can catch on fire and how certain materials in that ship will burn in different ways. Sometimes they might be dripping flames down. Sometimes they might be smoking more. Sometimes they might not even catch on fire because they're fire retardant. But we've seen a lot of this, and it gave us the idea that this was coming pretty soon, when in reality this is just work that's probably going into the resource network stuff, and is waiting for something else to be done before we can get it. But again, it's not necessarily that it's feature creep, it's just that it's something that they can't fully implement until they have the tech for it, and they just don't have the tech for it, or they didn't have the tech for it. Now you're hyped again. That was old footage. Don't worry, nothing new. Okay, missions features team. These people are fun. They talked about Korea a little bit and what they were doing to improve it in 3.18. They also gave us a really good update on the crime stats. So the missions features team are currently investigating how to lessen the impact of crime stats attained through bugs. In pursuit of this, they worked on a small change that will make CS1 and 2 cases not cause security or allow players to attack, meaning players will be able to request landing and reach the kiosks to pay off their crimes. Huge change. I know this is old news. People already circulated this, but super, super huge change and very good considering the changes they were making to Korea. For anybody who didn't know, Security Post Korea has always been a place you can go to get rid of your crime stat, but it was optional. There were other locations on other planets, and the security post was kind of informal, so there were ways to get in there and get out pretty quickly. The changes they're making to it in the next patch are including a full security team, manning it with Crusader security, and also creating new dynamic missions that spawn in order to get players to help defend it as well. So it's going to be a lot harder to use Korea to get rid of your crime stat, and it is now the only place in the game where you can do so. So getting rid of that kind of an aggressive crime stat for CS1 and CS2 players is going to help newcomers and veterans alike who are just running into glitches and getting crime stats when they shouldn't. This was a really good change. I'm glad they made it. Now, basically, you're going to have to like kill someone to be put into a point where you have to go to a security station and go to the security station to actually fight your way in. Let's see, mission features also prototyped a time trial race. As you can see, recently they've been getting more into racing. They have an update coming to the Arena Commander race. Yeah, the race mode is getting an overhaul. As you can see, it's almost done. It'll be coming in the next update after 3.18. They recently added the Snake Pit. They're adding that PTV race zone. And now we're seeing that they're talking about time trials. So a lot of you were around when they tried to do scramble races years ago and failed at it. Now they're taking another stab at bringing racing in with more features to back them up and a more enthusiastic community. That's good to see. On top of this, the game design documents and foundation work for Bounty Hunting V2 is nearing completion, which includes bounty drop-offs and the use of virtual NPCs. A new investigation mission type entered the prototyping stage and is one of the most complex the team has ever tackled. Huge line. This line right here just gave away one of the panels of CitizenCon. I didn't realize it until Astropub actually drew the comparison for me. But let's look at Citizen. How do you spell CitizenCon? Like a C? Okay. So one of the panels in CitizenCon this year is called Journey to 4.0 Design Brief Investigations. And as you can see, explore the pitch process for a new mission archetype that leaves combat and delivery behind for mindful deduction and increased storytelling. If this is a whole panel on its own, then this mission might actually be a big deal. This is my slightly hyped voice. We don't actually know how long each panel is going to be, but the fact that they have this is either a time filler or it's important. But we can see that it is, at the very least, where was it? It is linked to Bounty Hunter V2. So we could hear in this panel about Bounty Hunting V2, which is a big deal because it uses this virtual AI service. This is a service that drives the logic of virtual AI, the go-between of subsumption AI and quanta AI. For those of you who haven't seen it, I do have a couple videos on the quantum economy simulator, which is a big part of this. Virtual AI has been seeing work for a long time, all the way back since the mid-2021, so over a year now. And it looks like it's finishing up towards the end of this year, at least from the Systemic Tools and Services team. So the first implementation of it will be in bounty hunting. And what that's going to do... All right, let's do a really quick explainer on that. I think we could probably do a quick overview of virtual AI in like 2 minutes. We jump forward here. Okay, so what's going on here is basically we get to see how an AI can move around the game as this sort of disincorporated invisible force, right? You can see that this Buccaneer is flying around in Stanton. It's doing its thing. It's like not really actually there because there are no players nearby, but it's racking up a crime sheet. It's reporting in on its location. It's providing information to the service that bounty hunters will need to track their targets. So they get within, okay, hold up. Just realized that was playing. So when they get within a comms array range, they report in their location. That location goes to the overarching, I don't know, tracker net, we'll call it, whatever. As that happens, everything gets reported, the reward gets updated, and all of that stuff is shared with any player who's following tracker net. Now, as they continue to go, they will eventually get to a location that is having players or is physicalized, and it will physicalize the AI, at which point they will show up and go to some physical location, a bar, an outpost, a store shop, somewhere where that player will be able to use those services that the AI linked into and track them down to finally find them. So it's not about following some pinpoint marker that shows exactly where your bounty is. It's about using the services in game to track the bounty as they also use those services. That's the idea behind Bounty Hunting V2. And these AI that can go from this sort of nebulous, non-existent thing that's just racking up stats to a physical NPC in the game that you can go and apprehend or kill or do stuff to is the idea behind virtual AI. So this is another really big part of the game that's coming together just like all these other things at this very crowded moment. There's so much stuff that's starting to finish up work right now. And it's good to see that Bounty Hunting V2 is nearing completion, at least in terms of design documents, so that again, another form of profession can start to bring more entertainment to more players. This is really good. You can already raise and place bets, just gotta get friends. That is true. All right, drink up, my friends. Get your water. Now, onto features for the vehicles. They were talking about MFDs, the multifunction displays. We need that. We've been waiting for a UI rework on the MFDs for a while as well now. Something that I also believe I have some footage of for you. The new MFDs that they've been working on are pretty sick. They look nice. Now this is just in the Gladius, but you can see that it's much clearer with its information and also just much better looking. Like everything is easier to call out than that monotonous, just sort of all blue look that we used to get. Not sure what this is up here in the corners. That looks like HUD stuff, but I don't know if they're actually including that. But the MFD overlays themselves that they've been working on are looking much better. This was also 2 years ago though, so they very well could have changed since then. You've got a question. If you had a murder charge, how would he chill at the stations? Well, apparently somebody's not being a good bounty hunter. Hey, J-Bird, how you doing? Yeah, it would really help if CIG time-stamped their videos. People do. If you go down into comments of their longer videos, people will drop timestamps, which is really nice. But yeah, it would be nice if CIG did it more. I know it would be nice if I did it more too. I can't be a hypocrite. All right. What else was there in the missions section? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're on to vehicles. So again, more work going on with the EUPU team on the resource network system. Just real quick, let's see how much work, how many teams are on that. So you got 4 teams: the vehicle features team, the US vehicle content team, the EU vehicle content team, and the EU persistent universe feature team. Those are 4 big teams all working on this stuff. And as you can see, the work still has plenty to go, but they've been working on it for quite a while already. Since the beginning of 2021, this has been worked on, and we know for a fact it was even earlier than that because we saw footage of it in November of 2020. So this is a 2-year feature at this point that's been being developed, and it will continue for another half a year. So it's a big deal. We're going to keep seeing it in these monthly reports. Significant research also went into improving AI combat for fighters. All right, we got some stuff on graphics, VFX, and programming. Basically, some of the stuff we saw in the engine section, things like salvage, Gen 12, gas cloud rendering, all that jazz. But we'll move on to lighting. They worked on some of the caves, some of the new locations. These sand caves, these new freaking sand caves are looking magnificent. What I really like about these sand caves is that they have light coming in from above, so they're not completely dark. That means that we have longer sight lines, a better sense of the space, and larger caverns. At least you can tell they're larger caverns. I think these are going to be much more visually interesting than the caves we have now, but that's really all they'll be. No new content is coming with these caves, so they're not that great. Do I know what ever happened with the ground vehicle speed controls? I don't. Did we ever have control over ground vehicle speed? You really want to use the cryo chamber and arresting mechanics? On the other hand, a good criminal is a dead criminal. DJ Catmom over here. The serial killer on the good side, apparently. How far has the patch 3.18 gotten to release? Hello, Gertrude. Thanks for hopping in. Don't know. I have no real way of knowing exactly where the 3.18 update is, but I imagine it's probably... It's weird. They say that they want to have it in testing for 2 to 3 months and then also release it mid-November, but we are literally past the deadline for 2 months of open testing. So I don't know if they're going to amend that statement or just kind of ignore it, pretend it didn't happen. But I'm guessing 3.18 will be 2nd or 3rd week of November. Probably actually 1st or 2nd week of November. 3rd week is IAE. All right. Locations team. Working on the colonialism outposts. Again, a feature we've been seeing for a long time now. There'll be more dangerous places to explore. They are also getting work done on additions to these outposts. So landing areas, habitations, refineries, ore extractors. Again, this is stuff that showed up in a recent ISC episode, but I don't think we have that footage. We haven't gotten to cut up the recent ISCs, but we might see it when we do go over them here in the stream in a little bit. But they're adding a lot of different areas and facilities that will be added to outposts that are actually functional. Miners and refiners and storage facilities, things that we're going to need when we start building our own bases, which I'm not going to put a date on when that might be coming, but I think it's further along than I thought it was a year ago. Evo has a stress test for Pez scheduled for today. I heard from a cat mom that they aren't going to be doing it today. Isn't that just how CIG is with planning? Not good. Yeah, but like, I want them to get better. I'm really, it feels like at times they are getting better, and then they say stuff like that, and I'm just like, y'all are looking at a calendar when you say those things, right? You realize CIG had high-level meetings in Korea? They now announced that was with Gianogi Content Agency, who are said to be VR experts. Are they going to outsource the VR work? Huh. Who were the teams that were meeting in Korea? Was it just top folks, or was the graphics teams there by any chance? Emberwick, how you doing? Good to see you. The Corsair will be released with 318, indeed. Keep an eye out for that, Carrot. Gonna miss having other places to wipe CS. Yeah, it'll be rough not having other places, but I never really get more than a crime stat level 1. So I'm really glad that we're just gonna be able to pay fines for that. CIG mentioned speed control for ground vehicles briefly in a video, but it never showed up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. The ground control stuff might be coming with the vehicle rework they're doing. What did they call it? The ground movement rework or something like that. I don't see it on here. Wheeled vehicle physics improvements. Maybe that would include some speed stuff, but I don't know. I honestly, I can't tell. Jeremiah Lee is in South Korea. I saw that. Yeah, I think that's going to be landing in 318 with the Korea changes. I think they'll be changing that you don't have to get your CS2 removed at the security station. Okay, the landing zone team continued with Pyro's Ruin Station. Ruin Station is a biggin. It's a big favorite of a lot of people. It's a very striking location. It has a lot of history. It's got a lot of complications because it's an official landing zone, but it's not owned by a government or a military or a company. It's controlled by gangs that are contesting it at all times. So it's very much possible that at some point in the distant future, or maybe in the near future, we are part of an uprising, or maybe pirate players are parts of uprisings at Ruin Station as they try to make it change hands. I don't know how far the narrative team is going to go with that stuff, but I think it would be very cool if we got to see a dynamic event where pirate players and Pyro were able to help a new gang or another gang like the Fire Rats or somebody take over Ruin Station and kick out Xenothreat. Don't know if that's going to happen. That hasn't even been talked about. That's just me theory crafting. But the station itself is very unique looking, different from anything else in the game. And while this is concept art, it may look different from this. They did also show Citizen Con. How do I spell Citizen Con? It's like a C in there or something. Here, when they did give us the old teaser of Pyro with all the fake assets and stuff, you can see in the distance here that they definitely modeled it to still look like the concept art. So as of 2019, they still wanted it to look like that, but we don't know if it will for sure look like that. As you can see, it's pretty similar to it, even the 3 fins on either side. Like, they basically took this picture and put it in here. So we don't know if that's actually how the station's gonna look, but it could. It's pretty cool, so I hope. But they've been doing some work on that, it sounds like. Focusing on the art for the external industrial areas and damaged locations. Inside, cold route areas were injected with extra side routes and activities. Exterior access hatches were developed to give extra access options, while exploratory work was performed to craft ideas for the shantytown habitations. Every single one of those details are something they've shown on Inside Star Citizen in the last 2 years. That's what I love. I love when we can attach actual footage that they're working on to the monthly reports to see that they're real. They're walking the talk. Aaron Roberts, Sandy Gardner, Tyler Witkin, and Brian Chambers were in Korea as well. Seen that giant UEE retribution model? Yeah. That ship's massive. Please invite the content creators Josh Strife Hayes and Minion Soldier to talk about Star Citizen as an MMORPG, or even give their thoughts on Star Citizen along with this guy again. Huh. I didn't know Minion Soldier had a lot to say on that topic. I will definitely reach out. Josh Strife Hayes would be awesome to get to talk to. I watch his videos a lot to try and get better ideas of what MMOs are. I'd love to get a chance to sit down and talk with him about it. Might reach out. Don't know if he'd answer, but it's worth trying. What if Siege of Orison was just a prototype for Ruined Station? Ooh, look at you, 4D chess. While we're on the subject of uprisings, we might see a revolution on Hurston real soon. Why is that? They might blow it up so that the new version of Loreville has a in-lore story for why it looks so different. Did they skip the roadmap roundup last week? No, they had one the week before that, so they do them every 2 weeks. Okay, remaining layouts for... the underground facilities. So they white box the remaining layouts for the new underground facilities. These are apparently also a big deal. As you can see, they have their own panel on CitizenCon as well. We'll talk about that as later on in the stream. Beyond whiteboxing, they worked on different asset kits, high polish interactable props featuring modular machines, interactable cupboards, locker switches, and fuses. Fuses is an interesting inclusion there. I don't know if they were hinting at resource network gameplay there, or if they're just... I don't know. I don't know why fuses is in there. Different initiatives were explored for adding to landing zones and feature work. A new fuel barge for Orison is now art complete. Pre-production began for the new law and bounty offices, which will be found around the system and will be where bounties can be taken with the new bounty missions included. That again is pointing towards Bounty Hunter V2 coming up in development. Stumafu, hello. Josh has thoughts on SC and he's a bit snarky, but he is also very keen on balance, and I think he'd enjoy having a chat. Definitely give him a poke. I don't blame anybody for being snarky about this game. Like, if you don't cover this game regularly, then I feel like you kind of gotta be a little snarky, or else I'm gonna question. Like, if you randomly jump into Star Citizen as a content creator without any questions about it, I'm gonna be suspicious, because there's definitely a lot going on with this game that A, looks bad but isn't bad, and B, looks bad and is bad. so I get it, but I would love to talk to him. I would look forward to that conversation. The narrative team is leaning into it a bit. I don't know. I don't believe there are going to be any location-specific events until we actually see something happen to Port Olisar. Been waiting for that for years. Hey, Superman. How you doing? Okay. Different initiatives were explored for adding landing zones and feature work, and I already talked about that. Just had white box work for Korea. Cool. Moving on to Montreal locations team. They worked on the Daymar Derelict, which we will talk about with ISC right after this. The ongoing work of Loreville Cityscape is progressing well, and now in the gray box phase, the team are currently adding high frequency details and landing pads and connecting the various neighborhood together. Again, no clue what that means. I think that it's very easy to read more into that than it should be. Especially like we were talking in Captain's Table, and they mentioned that neighborhoods are being mentioned. But I feel like that I don't if there's the idea of a neighborhood being in the city, I don't imagine us getting access to more than one. And even that access, I don't imagine being more than what the business district in Lorville already is. Now, it'd be cool if we did have 2 or 3 new areas to explore in Lorville and to get the idea that that's the way they're going with these landing zones, because right now they're pretty limited, but this doesn't tell us that just yet. That being said, another exciting thing going on with the game, and another thing that has its own panel during CitizenCon. So we've already, in this monthly report alone, see 3 of the things that they're focusing on for CitizenCon, again, pointing towards the idea that CitizenCon is focused very heavily on the current progress rather than what they want to be doing in 2 or 3 years. Or 8 years. I don't know, the freaking sandworm, you know? Will I have Jack Axton on a pre and post mortem on the Cargo Refactor 318? I'll probably have Jack on again towards the end of the year so we can talk about that stuff for sure. But I just had Jack on in the episode released today, if you want to go check that out. We talked kind of about what he's expecting from the Cargo Refactor, whether it'll make a difference, the current state of cargo, all that kind of stuff. It's an interesting topic, an important topic too. It's like the backbone of the game. So I think it was a great talk. But yeah, I'll have another one probably post-mortem with him. Oh, you were out over the weekend, I see. Yeah, I mean, you're a YouTube channel member, so I'm going to try and put the podcast guests up as an announcement earlier in the week. But just remember, you can come and watch the podcast live if you'd like to. Hello, Kiathi. Kiathi? Kiath? How do I say that name? All right, in-game branding was a new team that's basically focusing on making sure all the messaging in-game is correct and all the things are making sense to players in-game. There's a lot of brands in this game. There's a lot of different things that you can interact with. All of them have a company that make them or produce them. All of them have specific styles. You can very, very definitely tell the branding of Apocalypse Arms is more mechanical, more blunt, hard edges, sharp designs, whereas something like Gemini is kind of more futuristic, traditionally looking, more curved. Honestly gives me Mass Effect vibes. And then you can look at something like, say, let's see, who is that? Bearing? Klaus and Werner. Also kind of similar to Apocalypse in that it's very mechanical looking and it has a lot of shapes and hard edges, but a little less exposed materials and a little more fancy looking. So all of these different weapon providers, manufacturers, even the people who are making things like our multi-tools and our healing tools all have their own designs that over time you really start to pick up on and you start to notice the similarities. And so they created this in-game branding team basically to go through every single thing that's in the game and make sure, hey, this makes sense if it's coming from that brand. This makes sense if it's coming from that brand. This matches up. And there's some pretty stark differences, like this one. This is the Volt company, and obviously very electrically focused. A lot of wiring and whatnot in there, but it tells the story of the theming and design behind the brand that makes the weapon. So that's why they made a whole team for it. It's more than you might hear about in most games, but it is important to make sure the experience is consistent. What's up, Mike? Y'all still waiting for news from Tony Z on the quantum economy system? Heck yeah. How many stations do I think are in Pyro? It's a big system. I would guess at least 10. Not all of them being available to all players. But I think there's got to be at least 10. It's a massive system. I guess it's also an abandoned system. So maybe, let's say 5 to 10. I don't know. Gemini looks like this because it was designed by a Tavaran. Oh, That's cool. I got you hooked on the S71. It's a good gun to be hooked on. It's a fun gun. It's like the DMR. Okay, narrative team really helped out a lot with mission stuff. We see here they explored narrative needs for environmental missions currently in development. These were environmental missions originally planned for 3.18, but they have been delayed recently. While they don't have contracts and objectives like traditional missions, narrative still worked closely with design to ensure that the mission is presented with a strong sense of flow and fits within the universe. Narrative's super important, and it's been lacking a ton in Star Citizen. Narrative lacking in Star Citizen is, I think, a big part of why people don't know the lore that well. So it's great to see narrative getting more involved in the actual game rather than just adding descriptions to weapons and changing the sign text in cities. They also assisted and support in several in-development game features like hacking and salvage. 2 features we'll be getting in within the next year, as well as writing names and descriptions for dozens of props, items, weapons, vehicles, armors, and clothing. The exact stuff I said I was glad they were not doing. Although that they obviously need to do that stuff. It's just more of the boring side. Anything else that they did that was interesting? Just improving the player experience and releasing some good lore throughout the month. Hey, CJ, thank you for the welcome back. Appreciate you. Yo, where my Twitch chatters at? Not to call you out or anything, but where you at? YouTube's over here popping off. YouTube is making big moves. Actually, YouTube doesn't have to make big moves because Twitch is already doing it for them. The Interactables team developed prototypes for deployable props, which were shown on Inside Star Citizen. We did see that recently, and I believe the team actually came in. Yeah. They actually came and spoke on a Star Citizen Live, not an Inside Star Citizen. They, I think, made like a chair or something. Basically just showing the new format for interactable prop creation. Yo, Anthropophagic, sub it up, resub it at 4 months. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Twitch chatter reporting for duty. That's a great way to report for duty. Drazen, you're at home? Dude, I didn't even know you were here. What's up, man? So they've recently talked about this prop stuff. It's cool that they're making it. Nothing feels interactable in game yet, so the more interactive items, the better. Working while you're lurking. Lurking while you're working, I see you. I'm sorry to ruin your lurk session, guys. Go back into the cave. Go chill. Chill in the cave, grab the popcorn, watch from outside. It's cool. I know you're there. Thank you for watching. You're driving a forklift, Punji? Ooh, that's fun. That's dope. You should be streaming that. Asked earlier, but you skipped. Do CIG plan on getting VR in Squadron 42? Probably. Actually, I don't know. I know they're planning on getting VR. I don't know if they would work it into Squadron. Maybe the second game, but I guess it would depend on how much it complicates the game making process itself. When do I think the Corsair will be up for sale? Got a CCU you want to use on it? Probably when it releases. So anytime around IAE is probably when. You needed a Cyberpunk fix, so you played a playthrough of Deus Ex Human Revolution. Gosh, that game's so good. That game's so fun. Can I just because you said that, can I just play some, just to celebrate? Hope nobody minds. So I freaking love this music. I love this song. I love the game series. Oh, and who was it? Embracer? Was it Embracer Group that just bought Crystal Dynamics? Deus Ex publisher would be, I guess they probably still show the original. No, it was Eidos, not Crystal. Crystal was the one who owned them before. They just sold to, who was that? Embracer Group, right? Yeah. God, I hope that they revive the series. That would be great. Have you watched the Cyberpunk Netflix series? I haven't gotten to see it yet, but I've heard some good things. Catch you later, Superman. Thanks for stopping by. Squadron 42, Episode 1, most likely not. Yeah, most likely not. Whoa, John Jensen just subscribed right as I started to play Deus Ex stuff. Which, starring Adam Jensen, is this... Hello? Is this a Truman Show? Am I being trolled? Is it real? Is it coming to life? Thank you for the sub. Hello again, Dirty Deep South Gaming. Good to see you. I have no idea when the Idris goes on sale, to be honest. I don't follow chip sales really at all. But it will go on sale during the Aegis Day, I assume. Is that just a Invictus thing? I think they have themed days, so they will make an announcement before the Idris goes up for sale. A Deus Ex show like Arcane. Oh my gosh. Oh, don't even jabber. The fact that production companies are starting to realize how to actually bring video games to film the right way. It's so good. It's so exciting. They forever, for like decades, they've been trying to just basically replay the story of the game in the movie, and it's like, why? There's so much lore in these games. Just make a new story with the same characters. People are gonna love it. And Arcane kind of proved that. I think there's been a few projects that have hit it off with that. But Edge Runners is another great example of choosing a completely different story in the same universe and hitting it off with it. I hope they do that. Well, I did hope they did that with Halo. But it would be great to see them do that with other things. Mass Effect, I think, would be a good choice. Assassin's Creed, I believe, is in the works. BioShock, definitely a cool choice, but that's going to be expensive. Half-Life would be really good. Half-Life would make for a fantastic series if they did it well. So it's exciting to see that the media is starting to pick up on how valuable game IPs are. And of course, with all this consolidation and metaverse nonsense and cross-branding, it'll only get more and more popular. Hey, we got two Jensens in here. Yo, I hope you guys asked for this. I realize if you don't play the game, that is a very stupid sounding reference. Oh, we've got a lore going on in Twitch chat for anybody who wants to get in on that. How much do you know about the Star Citizen lore? You got a couple different options in there. I only watch Astropub. That's a great option. You would know plenty if you only watch Astropub. All right, shout out to Deus Ex. Thank you for that quick feature. Love that song. It's because they keep the Hollywood machine at arm's length. Both Arcane and Edge Runners are made outside of Hollywood. I never quite understand what people mean by made outside of Hollywood. Because I feel like not many things are made just in Hollywood anymore. Does that mean like written in Hollywood? Or like, do you mean Hollywood is in the group of like, just like the group of people who kind of sit around the Hollywood industry? Whoa. Can we not get any spoilers in the chat, please? Thank you. I have not watched the show yet. That's, yeah, don't do that. You're just hoping they make things fun again. You used to work in a warehouse and you had to load trailers for large trucks. You don't recall it ever being fun. I also don't recall the drivers ever joining. Are you talking about the cargo refactor, CJ? See, but That's what you're missing. You loading those things into the trailers was fun for someone else, right? Somebody else was benefiting and paying you to do it. I believe that the idea of all this stuff in the game is the same thing. They want to make it so that you have a job to do, but you also want to pay other people to take care of the parts that you don't like as much. So like, you could be a cargo hauler, but in addition to that, you also have crew for moving stuff. So you have them move stuff while you go into the city and you do your shopping and you get your weapons and you meet your people and you get new missions and all that kind of stuff. It's just not there together yet. And I think for a little while, it's going to feel kind of clunky because we just won't have all the pieces. The Hollywood machine. Spoiler alert, my family is actually kind of involved in Hollywood, so I might be one of the evil spawns. I'm not going to specify where or how, but I do have a family member who works pretty high up in that industry and makes stuff. And you know what? I'm not going to get into that actually. But it is interesting to see more and more places providing content that originally we only really saw in big name movies, especially with like AI media starting to become a thing. Okay, I'm sorry, we've stepped away from the monthly report for a little while. Let's move on. So we talked about the Interactables team a little bit. Let's get on to the Tools team, who has been working on Mighty Bridge, the tool that helps them create... Ooh. Hey, let me know if we're getting any lag. I'm seeing the bitrate dropping off. Hold on a second. Can somebody type 4 into chat? I don't have a keyboard on this computer, so I need to copy and paste the number. Oh, Anno just did. Thank you. Let me just grab that. Whoops. Copy. And... All right. It's enough 4s. Jesus. Oh, you guys. Paste. Why won't it let me paste? Cut. Paste. No. This is terrible. Always get a keyboard, folks. Cut. And paste. And delete. There we go. Okay. Lowering the bitrate a bit so that we're not lagging out. Gosh, just ruined my chat. A bunch of 4s everywhere. Not made within mainstream studio practices or studios. Okay, that's fair. So Hollywood is kind of like a catch-all sort of term for that. I get that. How do I not have a keyboard? I had to build 2 computers when I came over here for streaming, and I was very hesitant to buy another computer or another keyboard here because they're all in Turkish. And the Turkish keyboard is different from the English one. But Lord Skippy made a good point to me the other day. Doesn't really matter. I just need a keyboard. I need 2 keyboards, actually. This one is kind of broken. It's my G key. Apparently, I murdered the G button. I think because it's countermeasures in Star Citizen, maybe. Okay, where was I? Mighty Bridge they were working on. Also very, very good to see. The team is nearing completion on the first version of the procedural locations creation tool. This will allow them to create and edit simple layouts of space stations in minutes and will dramatically decrease the time it takes to make stations out of existing modules. We've got some real cool high fidelity, super immersive video footage of this kind of stuff happening. Well, at least I think I did. Oh boy. Oh boy. I might be in the wrong folder here. Hold on. Mighty Bridge, where you at? Mighty Bridge, here we go. So this isn't the procedural location generation tool, but it's the same idea. You can see that they can very quickly rack up these sort of overlays and layouts without putting too much work into them. And this is something that they're going to expand to derelict locations. So we've already seen this. We've seen the work that they want to do to make this work for derelicts. So like the ones we've seen recently, these reclaimer derelicts, some of these derelict outposts like this. Jesus. Be right back. Okay, this is something that we're seeing them talk about for derelict outposts like this and different types of locations. It allows them to do things like, let's see if I've got some footage of this, add different effects to the locations. So like making it so that if a location is labeled as being old in game, it gets vine growth. If it's labeled as being new in game, it's on fire. If it's been salvaged in game, then it's just a skeleton. But this allows them to quickly make locations based on a set of parameters, whether that be the location that they're in, the planet they're on, in space, or anything like that. That was yeah, it's the call to prayer here. I live literally right next to a mosque, so they just straight through the window at us. It's a daily prayer that 318 gets announced. That's all he's saying out there. He's like, yo, Chris, please let us know. Actually, no, not Chris. Chris already told us when 318 was coming and it was wrong. Somebody else, tell us, please. Lord Skippy, thank you so much for renewing that supporter here on YouTube. YouTube channel members are the best. Y'all do a lot to help with the support. It means a lot, and obviously you get that access to those exclusive videos, so thank you for the support. Bad joke. Fine. I think I personally think it was a great joke because we do want Chris to tell us when 318 is coming. Let's see. Team is also nearing completion of the first version of the procedural locations tool. We already said that. So yeah, they said that they're pushing out the first version of the tool that will help create the derelict settlements. So that's kind of what I was looking at with those videos. Tech animation, not much there. Online services, there wasn't really much here. They were talking about some persistence stuff. Live tools, not much. Turbulent, not much. UI, working on the star map, implementing three-dimensional text and shader effects for space clouds. The star map is probably the worst part of Star Citizen, besides the website. Have you tried hanging a line of blankets along that wall for the window as a stowable sound dampener? I got some blinds here that I thought might help more, but didn't really work. NVIDIA has a background noise cancellation. I believe you need a newer graphics card for that. Star map improvements, yes, yeah. Star map improvements are super fleeting. Every time they tell us about the star map getting improved, it's like a single sentence. Can we please get a little bit more? Just, I miss it. I miss the idea of a good star map. I dread every time I have to navigate somewhere. And it sounds like they're putting a lot of work into this, but we still don't have that much knowledge of what it's going to look like or how it's going to act. Artists were working on concepts for terminal screens in different locations, and it looks like they were supporting persistent streaming coming in 3.18. In VFX, they worked more on the quantum travel effects because we are getting ready to see a rework of quantum travel in the game, and it's going to be pretty... I don't know what it's going to entail, but it sounds like it's a pretty major rework. A lot of different stuff going on. Different abilities to travel, maybe put your own points to travel to steer possibly, and quantum boosting that we've heard about quite a bit. I don't know if it will be included in it, but this is something that could show up in the need for multiple speeds panel at CitizenCon, so we'll keep an eye out for it. And then finally, they talked about the salvage effects, hull stripping lasers on certain vehicles. So that's a very quick overview of the monthly report from August. Again, I didn't get to, I didn't get to host my stream on it that I wanted to, and going into more detail because we were away, but I wanted to take a little bit of time this Monday to look into it, even though we're basically done with September, before we jump into Inside Star Citizen. So now let's go ahead and take a look at some of the footage, some of the video that CIG put out, what they were talking about. Let me actually go ahead and start this real quick. That way I could just post this later. So, didn't get to look at these Inside Star Citizens before. This is an older one, a couple of weeks old now because I was out of town. So, let's see what they had to say about the derelicts, and yeah, I'll provide some context if I see a place for any, and I'll pull up some extra footage if any more is needed. Let's go.
Our intentions at the Montreal team is always to add more gameplay to the universe. We wanted to do something that was a little bit different than the Reclaimer crash site. So when the players start up 318, the Daymar crash site is going to have 2 crash chips. So that
it's too fast.
The endeavor that we embarked ourselves when we were working on the Reclaimer was huge because of the size of the ship and how big it is. The team was looking to work on something that was a little bit smaller, easier to break up, and that we could do multiple crash sites with the size of team that we have.
So we wanted to have two crash sites. First one was with the 600i, the second one was the MSR.
After a couple of discussions, we thought that having 2 ships crashed at the same locations would allow us to have a bigger crash site. So
what do you think is the backstory to that? How did the 2 ships crash at the same location? Like, why? I really hope that they have some tangible explanations for that in the game.
There's more places to explore for the player.
Oh, I definitely need a newer graphics card. I'm hoping I wanted to get a 40 series, but I think they're going to be too expensive. Hopefully I'll get one next year. We're going to go over the CitizenCon stuff in a bit here, Malakina. So keep that hand handy, that question handy. EMP.
So when we bring this idea to merge the both of them, we would just decide to do that on Daymar because it was a sand planet, and we wanted to create this location in a different biome than what we did.
We're finally getting the freaking windmills. I love that.
On the Reclaimer.
But this also looks like a settlement. This doesn't even look like a crash site. Are they implying here that they're also adding derelict settlements? Because I know that the 600i and MSR crash site are supposed to be a settlement, but I don't even see those ships here.
The player will discover the 600i totally wrecked into a cave.
When you get into that cave and you see how the 600i cockpit is hanging with a bunch of wires, it reminds me of a lot of the scene from Jurassic Park when the bus is broken up and it's hanging down the cliff.
That is very cool looking. Granted, again, I'd love some backstory to know how it got into this position, but pretty cool. 600i pilots, don't try to fly into caves. This might happen.
600i, we want the player to feel how hard was the crash, how the spaceship was impacted.
What I like about the MSR is that it's actually a little further away from the rest of the outpost.
The ship crashed a little bit
Somebody's just like, I'm just going to put a tent out here with this one.
more like the Reclaimer. We're going to see the trail and the ship just kind of in the sand.
So the player needs to go in and explore. The whole feeling of the MSR and the whole outpost is that it's been lived in, it's being...
Okay, there's like straight up other ship's parts here. There's an RSI piece of ship right there. So this is definitely... I mean, it's a 600i and MSR crash site, but there's more going on here than just those two ships.
It's been repurposed.
Some people are there to salvage the ship, to take what parts are still good, to be able to...
That looks like the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon, kind of, with the ribbing and the... I'm probably wrong.
resell it, reuse them.
Settlements built around the wrecks.
And
Okay.
we create this kind of shooting range just to add some more gameplay opportunity for the player to just fool around and just having fun.
Yeah, that's fun.
Now
We
have
need shooting ranges. I'm surprised that we still don't have a shooting range in the gun shops.
the piece for the 600i and the MSR, and we have a lot of settlement asset. So now we'll be able to create a lot of different kind of crash site on other planet, other beyond.
I also like that this isn't just placed into the game on the planet. There's a lot of verticality to it. It's got a bit more of a custom feeling to it than the other places.
It was a good exercise to use the new Houdini tech we have. We'll be able in the future to do more content like that, easier and quicker for the player.
For the next delivery crash, we're not sure yet which ship we're going to use. Maybe when you're going to see the DMR crash site, maybe in the comment you can help us to find which kind of ship we'd like to see for the next delivery crash.
Kraken. Just throw the Kraken into the game as a derelict. That would be so funny. They will. Okay, so it's going to be weird to watch big ships get toasted in the atmosphere and end up as derelict ships. Will they do that? Yes, ships that crash will end up as derelict sites. Maybe not like these settlements, but they will be ships that are just, crashed on the surface. The quantum system will do that with its probability volumes, probably. But as of right now, at first, it's just going to be player and AI ships that happen to crash there.
Derelicts show us another side of our spacecraft we generally spend our entire time trying to avoid. They tell a story of Star Citizen's in-fiction past, while providing tantalizing clues about the future of salvage, player homesteading, and more. And the first of these 600i and MSR derelicts will be found in the upcoming Alpha 318, alongside Sand Caves, Derelict Outpost, Additional Rivers, the PTV Race, Revitalized Korea,
The
Prison
PTV
Editions,
race.
the arrival of Persistent Entity Streaming, and more stuff that we'll be talking about real soon. But as we approach news of this year's CitizenCon 2952, check out the robertspaceindustries.com website for details in the coming days. And that's why I got a haircut. We thought we'd take this week and turn a quick sprint report on its side with a look back at some
Hold
of the
on a second. Actually, we'll do that
stuff
later.
we saw in last year's show and how it's been coming along in the time since. Now, one of last year's big showcases were the colonialism outposts. And in the time since then, they've grown and expanded several times in scope. And while we're
Yes,
not
they
going
do.
to spoil all of that here just yet, what we can show you is what we call overlay work. Overlays are essentially a collection of props and dressings that can be added to an object container of an existing location. In this case, several of the colonialism homestead modules, to give them a look and feel of something very different than their original intention. With overlays, this facility that clearly started life as a domicile for the traditional homesteader has now demonstrably been overtaken by a rather messy outlaw element. Which isn't to say that all outlaws are messy. We already had that debate last year. But you can see here the power of proper dressing in action all the same, and its ability to transform a location from cozy homestead to outlaw ruggedness. And you can see here a recent in-game test of the new outlaw overlay in action on a potential homestead for perennial testbed, Daymar. Now, tests like this are done to accomplish a few things. First and foremost, to validate what works and what still needs adjusting when these modular overlays are assembled in the variety of ways that will ultimately make up dozens and dozens of different layouts throughout the verse. It can also serve as identification of feature and UI needs for Rastar, the internal tool that designers are using to populate the entire Pyro system ahead of Alpha 4.0, that the new overlay hasn't broken any of the existing quest work in place, that AI doesn't get stuck on a random box that wasn't there in the base module, and much, much more.
I was looking, and we actually have some footage here of when they were first testing the overlay system. So you can kind of see they figured out, this was early this year, they figured out how to get the bases easily built. This is the Rastar system he mentioned. This is the predecessor to what we will use for in-game bases ourselves, to build them for ourselves. You can see that they're kind of using that overlay idea here. And it actually says hub overlay exterior A and B. So they were working with this in the beginning of the year, and now it seems like it's gotten to a point that's good enough that they are basically, it
what we call
looks pretty
overlay
much
work.
Complete in terms of final art stuff.
Overlays are a debate last year, but you can see here the power of proper dressing in action all the same, and its ability to transform the entire Pyro system ahead of Alpha 4.0, that the new overlay hasn't broken any of the existing quest work in place, that AI doesn't get stuck on a random box that wasn't there in the base module, and much, much more. And as work progresses, the Outlaw overlay will continue to be developed into smaller subsets, some generalized for use anywhere in the verse, and others specifically tailored to some of the many gangs found throughout the Pyro system. And before we wrap up, let's skip ahead and show you a few more areas without spoiling some of the quest context here. I'll just say, some of this stuff is dark.
These are big areas. For an outpost, this is like a really big space.
Spoiling some of the quest context here. I'll just say some of this stuff.
There's still
ahead and show
something
you
about
a few more areas without spoiling.
I think it's the lighting. This game really needs global illumination.
Some of the quest.
This looks great, but I feel like the lighting is still a bit flat.
Context here. I'll just say some of this stuff is dark.
Like the dark side of SC. Yo, people don't even realize how messed up the Star Citizen universe is.
And just so you don't think they've only been working on the same stuff from last year, here's a sneak peek at early white box of a repair and service station you may encounter on your travels in Stanton, Pyro, and beyond.
Getting Tatooine vibes from this. Very cool that they're talking about actual real landing structures on the moons, because never really think about it, but there's nowhere at the outposts right now for us to load cargo from realistically. This definitely provides them with a little excuse for, oh, this is where the cargo is coming from. Feels more substantial too.
Work is also underway creating various refineries and other producers that will make use of the upcoming resource management system to provide new opportunities for players to build their credit empire, or should they choose, hinder the advancement of someone else's. And finally,
and that's actually these things here.
To provide new opportunities for players.
Give me 1 second. I promise it won't be. It's going to be more than 1 second, but not that many more. Hold on. Wait for it. I know I've got this. I've got this for you. Somewhere here. There it is. So they've shown some of this stuff way back when they first started showing Outpost stuff. You can see they had like these kind of interactive areas that they were building in the concept phase, that they were going to want players to interact with in some way. Let's see if they have any of the specifics we just saw. Storage, gas and liquid storage. None of those specific ones we just saw. But they definitely were showing that stuff to us a while ago in the concept phase, and it's always interesting to see that eventually be in the game in some way. But I don't think I have any of those specific pieces that we just saw. Same idea applies, though. They do it in this... Oh, here we go. This will show it. So... no. Maybe it doesn't. Wow, I thought there was some mining stuff on here. Well, there is. It's somewhere out there. The footage exists, but it's the same idea. They go through these sort of 2D sketches to 3D sketches to like in-game concepts to everything that we've seen since, basically.
To build their credit empire, or should they choose, hinder the advancement of someone else's. And finally, a quick look at progress of the massive outlaw space stations that you'll be seeing more about later this year as our journey to 4.0 continues. I'm just not sure how much we can get away with showing ahead of CitizenCon. So if there's just a picture of me here, imagine me putting on clown makeup right now. Because it got saved for the big show.
Whoa. X-Files. He tried. I'm fine. I don't need any spoilers.
So what did we
for
learn this
CitizenCon.
week? Well, we learned that the team at Turbulent continues to crank out some of the best-looking, worst-looking spacecraft in the persistent universe. That as the Derelict library continues to expand, the opportunities for environmental storytelling increase, and for players to maybe write their own stories of Star Citizen's in-fiction past. And that we're just a few short weeks away from this year's CitizenCon event, where there'll be some stuff you're expecting, some stuff that maybe you're not, and that if I'm the host, some stuff you're not that you really probably should be. I'll let Spectrum figure out what that means. Now keep an eye out on the RSI website for details when those drop. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
It's a solid episode. I think these new locations are looking very good. That's what they have a lot to show us right now. Gameplay's, like we said earlier when we were going over the monthly report, it's reaching some really good milestones, but I think next year the gameplay will be focused more. Right now, their locations teams are killing it. The tools around locations have come together, so they're spending a lot of time focusing on those. But it's still a good look. I like what we're seeing. So that's this one. Let's move on to the next week's ISC. Join the giveaway and win a red Aegis Saber coming from Mrs. Tomato in the chat. That is true. Make sure to hit the link. Go to the website, www.spacetomatogaming.com/giveaways. We are giving away a red a red Aegis Saber with the, it's got a really nice paint to it. Lifetime insurance, includes a copy of Star Citizen. It's all the good stuff. All right, let's go to the next Inside Star Citizen, which was Vulture Venture. This is talking about salvage. So this one is talking about salvage, I think, and maybe something else, but this should be a good look into the new ship coming up, the Drake Vulture, and its ability to finally salvage. We've been waiting, I want to say 4 years after being told salvage was coming in literally every one of those years. We've been waiting here for this game mechanic for such a long time. So let's see what it's going to include.
The salvage feature is really trying to cater to people who want the diversity and exploration type gameplay.
You might find debris fields of a long lost battle, or on your discovery tour you find a destroyed ship.
Although from what I understand, you won't be able to salvage those long lost battles in this first version.
I'm excited about players playing this and salvaging wrecks of ships in the PU.
But that is dope. Ooh.
So right now, when you destroy a ship, that's kind of it.
So that's where salvage comes in. where we sort of extend the life of the spaceship.
We want you to be able to find destroyed versions of these, look at them in ways you would never have seen them before, and have this extra gameplay with them.
There are different aspects of salvage that we want to introduce to the game, and the very first one that we will have is
Hull
scraping.
Which is where you blast off the external surface of the ship and sell that material for profit.
Hull stripping right now is split into two parts. We have the FPS side, and you have the vehicle side.
So in vehicle hull scrape,
Honestly, the VFX still don't look
And
finished. I bet you they still have work to do on those.
We have the vehicle side.
So in vehicle hull scraping, this will be for the Vulture and the Reclaimer, where you take your great big salvage lasers and you take off as much of the material as you can.
For the Vulture, it's very easy. You are the only person. It's the lone wolf ship.
You can go out, explore, find wrecks just by yourself. Best catering to the smaller types of wrecks you would find.
In the Vulture, you activate the salvage mode, which then allows you to use the scraper beams to operate them over the surface area of the ship and gather the material. For the Reclaimer, we highly recommend you to come in a group.
You want probably at least 2 people to man the salvage lasers, and a few people in the back of the cargo bay to help you stash away your earnings. You'll go out, you'll find a wreck, turn on the great big front lights of the Reclaimer.
Okay, I want to hear some opinions from all of you. What do you think is the best way for them to handle bringing derelict ships, or rather shipwrecks, to a stop after they've been blown up? So like, you knock someone out, their thrusters are gone, they're somehow dead, their ship's floating in space, but they were moving when you killed them. Would you rather see the ship immediately come to a rest? Would you like to see it drift for a little bit, maybe shed momentum very quickly so it takes a couple seconds? Or are you crazy and do you want to see them maintain their momentum and you have to match speed in order to salvage them as you fly through space? What do you want to see in terms of ships post-destruction? Shempasta, thank you for the sub.
You can see what you're doing, and the 2 people in the salvage turrets will start blasting away at the hull to strip it off. As that happens, you're gathering what we call
UI.
At the hull to strip it off.
You guys all want them to maintain momentum, match the speed to salvage them. Jesus, y'all wild. What if it's like flying towards a planet? So two lasers on the Reclaimer is a good sign, because that's like guaranteed multi-crew. Yeah, you've got at least 3 people
As
there.
that happens, you're gathering.
So you got properties for a braid scraper module and trawler scraper module. I wonder if there's 2 different types of hull scraping based on the type of laser you're using. Looks like they've got diameter, speed, and efficiency controls. Diameter is interesting. That'll be good for the bigger ships. Shows you how much you've filled your cargo, shows you how much of the ship hull you've taken. Okay, pretty straightforward.
What we call RMC, recycled material composite material, which gets put into cargo boxes in the filler stations that are in the back of the Reclaimer. And you'll need someone back there to take these full crates out of the dispenser and stack them away on your cargo grid.
And once you have your cargo hold full, you fly to a station where you
They don't even fit on the landing pad.
then can sell the commodity.
Okay, so 2 people on lasers, 1 person flying the ship, 1 to 2 people doing cargo stuff. That's a 5-person mission. Right? Did I do that math right? 2, 1, 5. Yeah, that's about 5 people. This is great. This is the first time that you really feel like you need 5 people to do a job in Star Citizen. But is it really going to pay enough to make that interesting to people? Like, yes, for a little while, everybody's going to be excited to be part of this game loop and do something with it. But 4 months in, you're going to have to be able to offer a newcomer some kind of decent pay, or maybe not a newcomer, but somebody who's been playing for a couple weeks, looking for a job to do. You say, hey, come salvage with me. Cool, I'll lift boxes for you. How much money do I get? 200 UEC every 10 minutes. Like, part of what's missing with a lot of the stuff in this game, from mining to cargo hauling to now salvaging, is that a lot of stuff doesn't have the value it needs. The economy is not balanced to incentivize people to actually do this stuff outside of just wanting to play these things. And, you know, we're in alpha. It's kind of just about testing and wanting to play, but I also want to see the way that offering money for jobs affects the player base in the community, and I hope that they've got something in mind for that, but I don't know.
The FPS loop in comparison is much simpler. You just buy a Grey Cat multi-tool, you make sure that you buy the salvage attachment, you make sure that the salvage attachment is actually attached to the Grey Cat multi-tool, and this is the moment where you can scrape off any material that is salvageable right away.
We also want to allow you to use that material that you gain from hull scraping to immediately repair any damage your ship might have taken. This is really useful for people who are out dogfighting, perhaps. You shoot down your opponent, go out with your multi-tool, take the hull off their ship, and put it back on yours to repair the damage.
You will see where on your own ship.
Really useful for people who are out dogfighting, perhaps. You shoot down your opponent, go out with your multi-tool,
I wonder if that's even
take
the same
hull off
ship
their
that
ship,
crashed. It
and
doesn't
put it
look like
back
it.
on yours to repair the damage.
You will see where on your own ship you have repaired. So you're kind of getting this battle scarring of your ship.
The old UV light that heals the metal. The idea behind this, like, I haven't actually seen anybody complaining about it being lasers, but the idea behind how they've made it work while also keeping it simple enough to be a easy to understand game mechanic with not that many moving parts is pretty cool. This looks pretty good. Of course, what makes it matter is going to be all the things that surround it, like the economy and the value of this stuff. But from a graphical standpoint, it looks good. I like it.
So right now, both the FPS and ship hull scraping has progressed very nicely, but there's still a long ways to go with regards to selling the material. We've got a lot of VFX and audio tweaks to do along the way. We want to fully refine the user experience. I'm really excited to see this feature hit the verse. I think it'll be great to watch everyone taking people's ships apart, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Hull scraping isn't...
Oh my gosh, keep your shields on. Guys, we're going to get scraped so much.
just the first version of salvage gameplay coming to Star Citizen. It's the feature necessary to finally bring the upcoming Drake Vulture to the persistent universe. Let's check it out now and see what it looks like very close to its final form.
Would prefer it looking like welding rather than magic lasers. That might make it look too much like the cutting tool, because the cutting tool does kind of look like welding. Well, not in the sense that you're touching something and it's sparking off, but the cutting tool does kind of make a singular point of contact like that with sparks coming out of it. That being said, the cutting tool will probably be an important part of cutting chunks off of ships to salvage them in the future, so kind of works.
If you really want to try something different, something new, something that hasn't been in Star Citizen before, the Vulture is going to be where you want to go. Salvage is new and it's kind of fun and it's exciting. I've been going around and just burning the sides of ships, and it's really fun to kind of experience this new type of gameplay. The Vulture is a single-seater salvage ship meant for a single player to kind of get into the salvage career.
Basically, extracting and processing, things that you find out in the verse, be it space debris or, junk or anything like that.
On a profession ship, I'm mostly just setting it up as a ship to be flown and making sure all of the components are there, all of the functionality for all of the other interactables are there, make sure that it can get cargo. There's also the aspect of setting up all of the things that the salvage work is going to be done with.
So, I mean, we took our styling cues from previous Drake ships, and Drake has a very distinctive style. The first thing that will be very distinct that when you see it at first will be these two arms that sort of jettison out the front.
Oh, we were getting a little vulture hug.
We had to set up these little kind of turrets that would be used.
Oh, these are better. This is a better UI. A little more up to date. I don't know what those two indicators on the bottom are signifying. Maybe some kind of gyro stabilization or something. And we're also seeing two different scrapers and also a module here on this, on both these lasers. I wonder if they're going to have modules or some kind of components available to the salvage mechanic straight from the bat. That'd be kind of surprising, but I don't think they mentioned that at all in this episode.
Used to articulate while the salvaging is happening.
Nope. Okay, cool. So that's denoting the control, whether or not your control is locked to direction of travel or they are locked to the direction of your lasers. You can see it switch when he starts to salvage, and he's also talking about
that
it.
Would be used to articulate while the...
So he's switching into salvage mode. And then you got those properties that we saw before with the distance, diameter, speed, efficiency. Cool.
The salvaging is happening. There are two ways to enter. One from the side, you climb up a ladder, and then you can access the cockpit.
Much like a combine would or a construction vehicle has a basic looking style ladder, which kind of adds to the whole look of the construction vibe and everything. And also, like, it helps with a sense of scale in the ship, I think.
Or you can go through...
They said it's convergence for the Vulture. I see. Was it supposed to be MFDs only in the cockpit? I don't think I ever saw this game not have stuff on the HUD. I think it from as early as I remember in Arena Commander, it was always stuff on your cockpit glass.
The back with a ramp, and then you'll access the cargo hold. From the cargo hold, you can go through a door and then climb up a ladder, and then you'll have like a personal kind of storage area.
Looks kind of like the raft.
All throughout the ship on the inside, there's going to be a lot of component access. And then to your right, then you walk in through another door, and then there's the habitation area. There'll be like a small bed, a toilet.
Super homey.
And then behind you, you got the whole body of the ship and, the cargo and all that, the
Very
whole processing area. Persistent universe gameplay, a lot of it relies on, sort of trading things. And
they actually have the ability for you to like compress and eject the stuff and get it into your cargo grid. That's good. This is like definitely... It's not necessarily ahead of mining in terms of the expansiveness of the feature, but this feels more well-rounded, I would say.
Persistent universe gameplay, a lot of it relies on, sort of trading things and salvaging things, right? So you can earn credits. So this will be a very good tool to do just that.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that hull scraping is the exciting beginning of our salvage gameplay journey. The next step in bringing purpose and intention to the enormous Reclaimer, the nascent development of handheld repair gameplay, and the feature that finally allows us to bring the Drake Vulture to the persistent universe. Now remember that Talk Like a Pirate celebration begins today, and there's all kinds of things to do. Pirate Swarm is back. There's a screenshot contest. The Siege of Orson be returning with new fixes that we'll be talking about next week. There's new paints in the shop, and this isn't so much Talk Like a Pirate as it is Talk Like Robert Newton in the 1950s classic Treasure Island. And I should really stop.
No,
for
it's
Inside
good.
Star
Keep doing
Citizen,
it.
I'm Jared Huckabee.
I say we petition to have Jared do that for a whole month.
We'll see you all next week.
Well, that's cool. Salvage is looking pretty cool. The Vulture looks like a solid ship. I think that they did a pretty decent job of getting this up to a tier 1 rather than tier 0 kind of implementation, but we'll wait until we have it in our own hands to make the full call. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, because This is a big deal. We've been waiting for salvage for a long freaking time. Hopefully we see more soon. Could you not just salvage your own ship and claim insurance? You could. You could. But that sounds like a lot of extra work. And knowing the way all these companies cheap out, you're probably not getting great insurance coverage. Did they put something? He did put something at the end.
All
here.
kinds of things to do in the pirate swarm. The pirate swarm is back. So look at me. Trying to do the pirate voice. Yes. Yar.
All right. So from here, how much time do we have here? About 45 minutes. Let's talk about the persistent entity streaming real quick for a bit, and then we'll look at CitizenCon and what's coming with that. But before I do that, I'm going to go to the bathroom. But let me answer some questions here in chat because I missed a couple. Notice how the external ladder lights up. No internal ladders do that. Notice how the external ladder lights up. No internal ladders do that. Huh. Maybe that's part of a new ladder system? What stops someone from salvaging your ship while you're in a cave? Your shield, your ship shields. You're gonna want to keep your shields up when you leave your ship now. Invictus quantum travel footage, no spool interface. Like this Invictus? Like a trailer or something? I don't know. I never got the idea that they were trying to avoid HUDs in this game. I think having all the info on the MFD would be very difficult. But best case scenario, they let you customize the HUD how you would like to have it. I think that's part of why they moved to building blocks, to try and give it more modular feel. So hopefully they'll let you remove the HUD elements you don't want. Phone's not being very nice today while you work in the house, so you guess you'll fixate on the plumbing. Thanks for the warm welcome. This community is awesome. Y'all have a good day. Pages of Time, thanks for dropping by. Instigator, thank you for resubbing up 10 months now. Jeez. You're dope. You are dope. Thank you for the support. Loving the pirate event, but not his impressions. Sounded more like a wrestler. You still don't know what we find the derelicts to salvage, how we find the derelicts to salvage. The roadmap for salvage in 2016 mentioned salvage scanning. Yeah, we don't know because the scanning's not great. So we'll see what they have planned for us finding that stuff. So you think T0 salvage will have stripping contracts for that exact reason? That would make sense. It'd also give people more chance to get in on the salvage without waiting for other ships to blow up. There's lots of double redundancy in this game. You can press a button with close written on it, and you get a floating close UI graphic overlaying all the lovely 3D. Yeah, they started to get rid of that over the years because there used to be a ton of really bad redundancy like that. I think that's kind of the tech debt that's built up, getting rid of the double labels. All right, I'm going to start this, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to touch on some of the highlights and some of the things they talk about. And then we'll move on to talk about what's coming in CitizenCon. And I'm sure that will be plenty of fun, too. I will be right back.
This kind of tentpole, kind of name recognition features coming to Star Citizen in the upcoming Alpha 3.18, persistent entity streaming. And so we're going to talk about that today. What it is, what it isn't, what it does, what it doesn't, and so forth. And before we get into it, allow me to introduce the man who probably needs no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. CEO and founder of Turbulent, our partners at Turbulent, Mr. Benoit Beauséjour.
Yeah, everybody. I'm the same guy, yeah. CTO, though. CEO would be great.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, CEO would be great.
I'm going to get a message from Mark right now. Oh, there it is. Exactly. There's the three dots from Mark.
Oh, there we go.
and then someone you might recognize from last year's CitizenCon presentation on persistence and server meshing, Mr. Paul Randell.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, Paul?
Good.
We don't get to do many videos. The last time we were together was when we were filming that CitizenCon thing a year ago.
That's true.
It was almost.
all alone in the office. Everyone was still working from
I was
home.
thinking about it. It was almost exactly a year ago as I'm looking at the date right now.
Yeah.
So
it was painful to do that alone, right? Like the filming all those segments on the side, like it was difficult.
Yeah.
The graphics were nice though.
Yeah,
The graphics were nice.
Mm-hmm.
The filming was
well, the graphics were nice once they were done. They were up.
Yes, of course. Yeah. No, you know.
All right, so.
All right, chair
off
stream's
the bat,
done.
We vamped for 3 minutes. Let's start.
Okay, I missed nothing. I was gone and I missed nothing. That is good. So let's talk first. What is
persistent entity streaming?
Persistent entity streaming. We'll set up the
persistent
stage.
Entity streaming is basically taking the entire scene graph of the engine, which is the entire hierarchy of the universe, players, all objects, and take that, which was previously stored on, and at most game engines, it's stored in the memory of the server or on the client. We take all of that and we push it to a database, and that gives us the foundation to basically stream the entire entity hierarchy to client servers and to persist. So that means we can shut down all the
Windlord. I like this reindeer guy.
processes, and we can continue where we left off. So it's basically taking this entire chunk of state of the universe and pushing it to a persistent database.
You used a word I was really happy you used: foundation. The way I see persistent entity streaming, it's a new foundation for everything that comes from Star Citizen. Comes to Star Citizen from this point forward. When we've had to discuss internally and explain to other folks, what this is in 3.18. The best analogy I found is if you imagine Star Citizen, all of Star Citizen is a giant skyscraper. It's like lifting the skyscraper up 150 feet off the ground, digging out the old foundation, pouring in a brand new foundation, and then dropping the building back on top of it, and trying desperately not to spill and knock everything over that's inside the building while you do it.
And making sure the doors still work.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a very good analogy, because if you look at it, the entity system and the scene graph, that's the foundation of the engine, right? So everything uses it. It touches everything. Every single game team, every single game feature is touched by this change. So it is a very good picture you're drawing there. So.
And to address some expectations that the community may have had, we see the different streaming talk shows and the threads on Spectrum and stuff like this.
That's us. We were on a streaming talk show.
While persistent entity streaming will be, again, the thing that so many future systems and new systems will be built on, for 3.18...
Defest, thank you for the stretch reminder.
Mostly in maintaining what came before, converting what came before, and ensuring it works with this new foundation.
That's good.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
Like right now, I know one of the questions, if you want to jump a little bit into those, is when we talk about PS, we talk about the server and we talk about the player shard. I think that was one question, and people asking, okay, what's the difference between a server and a
IAE
shard?
is probably like November 21st or something like that, 22nd.
And for now, for this very first version, there's not a difference between both, because we still run one server per shard. We separate those two words because eventually a shard will be much larger than just one server. Once we get to server meshing, which will be in later iterations, that's when we have multiple servers per shard. But in this very first iteration, as you said, we basically we took the foundation of the engine and we replaced it with this new persistent entity database. We try to get at par with what's there, right? So that means we basically take all the tech we already have, one server per shard, and we replace that with persistent entity streaming.
Hungola in the chat says, drink every time someone says eventually. Don't do that.
What you say makes me nervous, honestly. After Pcache and iCache, you're sure they'll get this database right. The scary part is that this might not work. The entity graph with the persistent streaming might not be the solution that they really need. And I hate that. Because I would just love to have some sure knowledge that this is exactly what, this is going to do exactly what they need. But we just don't have that kind of a guarantee. Now let's jump forward and listen a little more to the specifics. See, this is what I love. I love when people do these. Thank you. I like that comment. So let's listen to some of the details about this, because some of the information that came out surrounding this was a little bit different than what we were expecting.
Replication.
Yes.
Is there replication in 3.18? If I throw something on the ground on server 14, does it just stay on server 14 and only 14 and only exists on 14 until it's eventually cleaned up? It does not replicate to other servers.
It does not replicate to other servers. At the moment, the only way you can bring something. So the first fundamental point you have to understand is every single item can only exist once, right? So you can't have a copy of the same exact instance of an item in multiple shards. If you have your ship and you bring it to shard A, it is in shard A. That ship can't exist in a different shard. And there's a good reason for it. If it would exist in multiple shards, what happens if in one shard someone shoots the left wing off, in the other shard someone shoots the right wing off, right? We can't allow that to happen. So what that means is, if that ship is in a shard, it's locked to the shard. It is just part of that instance. If you take that ship and bring it into your global inventory, that's then your way to take this ship and bring it with you to a different shard. And so every shard in this.
What I'm still not super clear on is if you leave something on the ground in your ship, will it transfer? Because it sounds like that's a yes, because if you stow your ship, it will automatically stow everything else. But I'm wondering if there's going to be so much experimentation that we need to do with this system when it first happens to answer, because they answer a lot of questions here, but there's still many times the answers bring out more questions. It currently does. Well, if you drop something in the ship on the ground, I thought it disappears. I thought it doesn't stay in between server crashes. I thought you have to put it into the ship inventory itself. They're answering that later on. Okay.
Very first iteration is its own isolated instance, basically.
And then drawing that line forward to server meshing. Server meshing isn't about replication either. Server meshing is about bringing all of these things, all of these servers together in a mesh. And it moves. It transitions. It doesn't replicate.
I mean, if you talk about replication, I mean, obviously, if I talk about replication,
you've had a bottle of water on the ground in your ship for months now. You should really clean that up.
I probably have a different thing in my head, because in server meshing we do replicate objects between different servers, because multiple servers will eventually simulate the same.
Yeah, they have to make it persist eventually. What I'm talking about is for 3.18 in particular, because as we move forward, this is definitely going to lead to persistence no matter where something is, no matter what is happening. And even now it sounds like that's what they're shooting for, and that's what's going to happen, as long as you're loading into the same server. But I just would like to hear it from their mouth,
Shard. Right. And obviously in that case, you might have two servers and they replicate the same object between each other for simulation reasons, right? So it could be that server A simulates one area and server B simulates another area. There's overlap. In that overlap, you have objects in that overlap area replicated to both servers, right? That's why for me replication is a bit different word, but you can see a shard again as its unique individual instance. There's no cross-shard replication planned. We do, once we talk about player bases and so on, we do have discussions with design right now how we can do that. For like if a player builds a base on a planet, for example, we kind of want to show that on all shards. Not just on the one shard the player's in, but those discussions are still happening.
Okay. I'm going to skip ahead on our list here because the next couple questions are all kind of hit the same point. But so let's talk about a very typical
shard
scenario.
With multiple servers. Have they done this yet? No, that would be server meshing. Definitely haven't been able to do that yet. They need to add decay system, like if organics are out in the wild, not stored in a container, they should rot over a real week. Oh, I don't put it past them. You guys know that they're adding plants reacting to the seasons of the year. Like, let me see if I can find it. Should be, gosh, where would that be? Engine? Yeah. This is how crazy detailed they're going. The plants are going to change in color and stuff with the seasons. And I know this is something that's done in different games. But considering we have different planets with different seasons and different temperaments, gosh.
That happens. We're a game that's still in development. You land on a ship on a planet, and the
server meshing, static servers in one shard. I think that's what they're calling static server meshing, though, right? They're saying that right now we're one shard per server, but the first version of server meshing is going to be when they can get multiple servers in a single shard, but those servers don't move, don't dynamically change. They just have a specific static location that they cover. And then you have the one shard with those different servers running the game. They're trying to get back to the level of the persistence in iCache, so which things persist may differ. And I think they don't know what will yet, as it depends on whether the specific item has a serialized number. Well, they've had a lot of time with serialized variables, so I hope that there's not much stuff left to convert over to it.
Yes. If you load back into a new server, how does the player find their ship? I find their old ship at this point, since it wasn't stowed properly.
So this is the big bad news.
Yeah, I don't know, Benoit, if you want to take that.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, the 30Ks never happened. No. So
views and opinions expressed by Benoit Bossiger don't represent Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
We're all crazy.
Right,
30Ks are made up.
So in the case of, you have let's start from the beginning. You go to the ASOP terminal and you unstow a ship. So the ship is first in your location inventory. It's in the global DB. You request the ship. Shows up on the landing pad. That actually behind the scenes unstows the ship, so it moves from the global database to the shard. Now you can now it's being actively simulated by a game server, and so there's thousands of updates on it, right? To keep it up to date in the DB. You go in it, you start flying it out, you put cargo in it, you drop some items in it, whatever. Then 30K happens, right? Server ran out of memory, or something like this happens. Now, when you come back to the game, that ship is still in that shard. All right, it's still in the persistent database of shard 24, for example. And so, if you come back and
so he's showing us this. The idea. This is basically what we're doing right now. Imagine that each of these groupings of hexagons are a server. They're all owned by a single shard. So they report all of them report back to, actually, here we go. They give you an example. So you have an object sitting here in a single shard like this. That's only existent in that one shard. That's pretty straightforward though, to be honest. I thought I had footage with the global database on here. Here we go. So they're all located in a single shard, and the idea is that this matchmaking service is supposed to put you in the correct shard whenever you play, but we won't have that yet. But they all report back to a global database, which is what he's talking about. Whenever you stow or unstow something, it goes to that database. So stowing and unstowing different things into these boxes are essentially taking them out of this global database and putting them into a server where nothing else can use them. You stow it, it goes back up into the global database, and you can load in on a different shard and start using it over there.
Match made. Most likely going to be match made on another server because shard 24 is not available at the time, especially if you log in rapidly back in. When you enter your new shard, that ship will not be available for sure, right? But it will be available for insurance claims. What we are looking at at this moment for this problem, because we know that's a problem, obviously, this is not cool, right? Is that when a server crashes, well, we have a dedicated recovery mechanism that we're actually putting in place.
It's the shard. Right? It's not the server. It's the shard. Right now, it's the server because there's only one server per shard, but the whole idea is that each of these shards will have multiple servers, so you can load stuff into a shard. It's available in any of the servers connected to that shard, and then when you pull it out, it would then be available in another shard. That's why they display it like this, rather than calling these different instances servers. I think there's a better... I think this might show it better. So you have one shard, and then you have multiple servers that connect into that shard. The entity graph contains all of your items and allows you to load them into a shard, but it doesn't denote which server it's in, because it can always switch between servers. The replication layer is what keeps those things. The replication layer is what keeps the feed coming from the entity graph, right? Coming from your database, sort of parallel with what players are seeing in their servers. I'm not explaining this the best. Let me see if I can find the video that is meant to do much better than I am. I believe I'm looking for this guy. So I think this shows it. No, this does not show it. I know I've got this here. So here we go. So this shows how the replication layer works. This whole screen is a shard, but you can see in the top left-hand corner here and the bottom left-hand corner over here. Hold on, let's zoom in. In the bottom left-hand corner over here is a single server. So you can see that's Planet 1 and the Stanton Star. Planet 1, Stanton Star. Top left here is another server, Planet 3 and the Stanton Star. So this is a shard made up of two servers. And basically what happens is as things go on in the shard, the replication layer keeps every server up to date. So it passes the information from the first server into the game space because somebody did something on that server. So the game space takes control of it, takes, takes record of it. The replication layer now knows that something changed, passes it into the whole shard, which then updates every other server with that same information. So the servers aren't disappearing and reappearing. They're always there. They're always kept connected by the replication layer. It's that single shard that's really important. Probably not the best explanation of that. Should get Benoit to do it instead. Lily Bun, thank you for that. Thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate you, and thank you for the $2 super chat. The support is very nice. And Unknown Guardian giving out a couple of subs. I see you. Thanks, guys. Means a lot. Do servers dream? Only when they're sleeping. Replication layer is a massive database that holds location and status of every object. It's constantly communicating with servers and streaming that data to them. When server dies, it pops a new one. Oh, did I not plug this light in? You've always been concerned that this whole absolute persistent won't contribute to good gameplay. Why are you worried about that particularly? You'd rather fly the ships well than worry about soda cans being in a canyon. Well, this team isn't working on the flying ships at all. So we can actually go into the tracker and look at persistence. So the long-term persistence enhancements and persistent streaming and server tech, you can see the persistence is a team, the persistent tech team, but then all of the teams that are working on this stuff will technically have to do stuff related to persistence, but they're not building it. So the people who are working on like the flight model and that experience are working on the, here we go, vehicle experience team. These are the people who you'd be worried about, but they generally don't have anything to do with these kinds of persistent things. These are more the, is it the systemic services team? That's mostly quantum. I think it's like the PU feature teams or something that are working more on that stuff. Persistence tech team, of course. So that, yeah, it doesn't take too much away from the improved flight experience and stuff like that. How is all this going to be fast enough? That's why they actually changed from the iCache to the entity graph. The entity graph stored the data in a different format that they are hoping it will be fast enough for this, but they don't really know. Replication layer only updates servers on the same shard, though. Does it? Yeah. I guess, yeah, you're right. It updates servers on the same shard and then it updates the entity graph from the shard, right? So, at least that's the way I get it from the animations. They're kind of like, the replication layer connects all the servers together and then also makes sure that what all those servers are feeding into makes it into the entity graph. But no, it's a good point. They put the entity graph here in the shard. They don't necessarily put it in the global database. So yeah, you may be right about that. iCache not working though. Tony was still using this term less than 12 months ago. Yeah, the iCache system did not work. They actually mentioned in the letter from the chairman that they scrapped the iCache for the entity graph. Just sucks the iteration of Pez is just all the same shards we've been sharding already. I think it's got some good enhancements, good improvements coming. We'll talk about that in a bit. I think things like they're not game changing, but like being able to maintain wear and tear on ships and stuff is a nice detail that we've had in game but hasn't even been noticeable up until now. So that'll be good. I think being able to store things in certain places, even if you can't matchmake to that same server, if you have a friend on the server and you leave and come back, it will still always be the same. So I would chalk it up to hours-long persistence rather than days-long persistence, since there's a really good chance if you leave for a couple hours, you'll be able to come back to the same server. But it also means that we can reliably expect things to hang around in the server rather than glitching in and out. I am imagining that the entity graph is going to be a lot better at loading in things like the 890 jump for that mission that you were doing so that you don't crash into it because it was invisible till you got there. Or making sure to actually load in all of the places in a city that you spawned into rather than like taking 2 minutes. The way I see it, the entity graph and persistent entity streaming allows for them to load things in faster than they were before. Might be glitchy at first, but I do think it still makes a decent difference. Just kind of sucks that we won't always go to the same servers, or in this case, shards. Chris did state that he wasn't making a game, he was making a universe that will not be designed, not be a fun game, maybe ever. I don't think Chris gets to make that call anymore, to be honest. I mean, it's Chris's dream, but I honestly don't think that if Chris was going to say, hey, I don't like the way this is going, it doesn't feel like there's enough work being put into this game, we need to change it. I think there's enough going on in the company at this point where he can't just make that sort of a major decision, but maybe. Jin, thank you for coming in with the knowledge. Hit us with that knowledge. That's a shard graph, not a global graph. You have to love Schadenfreude. Yes, Chris still gets to make that call. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think that if Chris was going to say he didn't want the game to be fun, there'd be trouble. What a statement. Who's in charge at CIG? Hey, I didn't say that. I still think Chris is in charge, but in the same way that like Elon Musk is in charge of Tesla. He doesn't. I don't think, at least, that he gets to make the day-to-day calls that much, or even week-to-week calls. There's a lot of game directors working on this game now, like the people like Aaron Roberts, Brian Chambers, John Crew, like these big names that are very in charge of their segment of the game. I feel, at the very least, have the ability to influence more of what Chris wants in the game. Still can't use bed sheets. What color are they? The red bed sheets don't work.
This moment, we're working actively on this right now, throughout our current stability testing, which will auto stow back the ship into your location inventory. And so what that means is we don't want you to be stuck with your ship stuck in a shard that's no longer available, right? You were actively playing with that ship. It's got cargo in it. We want you to be able to grab it. And so in the case of a 30K, your ship would get auto stowed, same as your player, right? Because there's no difference between a ship and a player in this instance, right? So
sorry, which link is it that's not working for you, Mista? Because there's 2 giveaway links in the video description. Let me know which one's not working, and we can get that posted into chat.
that's the goal that we have for 318, is to make sure that that case doesn't happen, so that in the case of a 30K, your ship is just stowed back in the exact state it was in at the moment of the crash. And so you keep your stuff, right? We don't want you to be stuck with a ship that's unavailable, and then you need to find the shard again, and it's in, that's like a guessing game, so we don't want you to be stuck in that.
Exactly. I do want to add though that eventually, and that's a great feature of persistent entity streaming, if that server 30Ks with persistent entity stream, before persistent entity streaming, that means that this whole world would be dead because the memory is gone, everything is gone. With persistent entity streaming, however, the shard and the state of the shard still exist, right? The server crashed because it ran out of memory, or there was a game code bug or whatever. It's always game code bugs, by the way.
Yes, always.
It's never the core tech. Anyways, when that happens, we can actually start up a new server, and it can load back that shard and then continue simulation for exactly where we left off. Again, for 3.18, because we don't want to address matchmaking just yet, we will do what Benoit just said, where we try to locate all the ships and we stow them into your location inventory so you don't lose your ship and the progress on that ship. However, the ultimate goal is that when a shard server crashes, that we restart a new server for that shard, and that matchmaking will allow your player to reconnect to that shard, and then matchmaking will be able to reserve the slot for that exact shard. So when you start ultimately, or not in a next iteration, you will be able to start your client, and there will be a little dialogue which telling you, do you want to wait for your old shard to come back online, because obviously it takes a couple of minutes before a shard is back online, and then you will be able to join back to exactly where we left off. And then
see, now that'd be great, but I think what they're about to say here is it's not going to work like that at first, or at least maybe they were saying that's how it will work, but it won't be automatic because of the matchmaking. I don't know. We'll keep going. I fixed that link in the description. Tesla has a board of directors and is a public company. Yeah, it's a bad analogy. CIG is private and Chris is in charge, although they have a board of sorts with without many private investors. Yeah, that's true. That was a bad analogy. It's not the same. My whole point being, I think that Chris has the say to decide the direction of this game, but I think that when it comes to things like, is the gameplay fun, or like, are you enjoying the things that you're doing? I don't think Chris really has that much say on how that develops. I think that he'll be able to pass off and be like, yes, this is good, or no, this isn't good. But when it comes to developing the salvage mechanic, like, there's somebody else who's in charge of the team, who's running the people who are designing that, and they're coming from a games background. They're working on that places like Ubisoft or Crytek or somewhere else, and they've already got a prerogative of how can I make a game mechanic that's going to be fun and also useful. And I don't really see, I don't see like that being stopped because Chris doesn't want it to be, or Chris wants it to be less fun and more real. I feel like they shoot for more of a balance of the two rather than just going all realism and not fun to play. Need to remove the from the link. Yeah, I just did that. I swear I thought I did it in my default settings, but that should be fixed now. Sorry about that. He said shard because he meant server. Oh my gosh, I don't know. He said shard like 8 times. I have no idea what specific part that was. Chris has say about the color and cut of a decal on a uniform, though. That's fair. That was always the case. They still said they would. Fun is subjective. Fun is indeed subjective. We wouldn't have World War II in space if the game aimed for realism, so don't worry about it. True. He always liked that idea, the World War II fighters in space kind of stuff.
And eventually, the final goal, once we have complete the server meshing and the replication layer and the gateway layers all separated, at that point when a server 30Ks, you won't even notice. You will still stay connected, and we start a new server, or we have a fleet
okay, so he's talking about the future,
which can take over that work, right? But that's obviously far in the future. So what we're saying is, in this very first version, to be on par with what we have right now, server crashes, we take player and we take the ships, we put them all into your inventory, so you don't lose progression, and you will get exact the persistent state back from the ship at the moment the server crashed, so you don't lose anything. In the next version, we then try to revive that shard and let matchmaking allow you to come back to that shard, and then ultimately in the final version, it should be all almost transparent.
Yeah, for now they're the same thing.
So what you're saying is 3 versions, and then we're done.
It's always just 3 versions, right?
Yeah, we're always 3 versions away. Right?
So this is a really great example. Chat went through a roller coaster of emotions there, hearing the problem and hearing the struggle, and then oh no, and then getting to what we're doing to solve it. And oh yay, it was like fail and save all over again. This is a good example of what the work for 3.18 is. 3.18 is not about with regards to persistent energy stream. They're still salvaging and the PTV racetrack and the new rivers, and there's all those new things. But for PES is not about unlocking new developments for 3.18. That will be 19 and so forth and so on. This is about discovering all the things that break because of this foundational change, and then developing new tools and new methodologies like this auto stow for the player and the shit that you talked about to get us back to what we had before, an experience similar to what we had before with this brand new foundation that sits underneath.
They're definitely downplaying it compared to what Chris was saying earlier this year. You mean it's like you craft multiple approaches of a game mechanic, and instead of testing it with a test group, you ask a single person what he prefers. I believe that's how it goes, and they often said in those interviews that's what Chris agreed to, something in that regard. Right, but Chris doesn't tell them what to do. He just signs off on what they've done. So if those people with the knowledge of how to make that game mechanic are making it to be fun, even if they have 5 different models, Chris has to choose from one of those to say, okay, move forward with that. Let's make that work. I feel like there's still a lot of space for the people to be able to have their own influence on these game mechanics. I think that he will definitely call out what he thinks is fun, but I feel like there's more influence coming from the people who are making the game now. In fact, you don't really hear as much of them being like, yes, this is what Chris wanted, that's what Chris said. You still hear it sometimes, but we used to hear it a lot more. And I think the company just, like, the entire process of the game got so big that he couldn't necessarily be in all places at once. That's why they have people like Aaron Roberts and Brian Chambers and Tony Zurvik also having a very top-down look at what's going on. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks, Good Vibes. What system you think comes after the Nyx system? Probably Castra or Magnus, I think. Link is still not working. Why would it not be working? Spacetomato.com/giveaways. Let's see. Yeah, it should be working. If it doesn't pop up on the screen like this, just click this button and that'll take you to the actual giveaway. So on Google Chrome, it doesn't load that for some reason. You might have to refresh the page. Shh. Bruh. Letting your lieutenants dictate outcomes sounds like a hideous, unbalanced feature farm. Have you seen this game? I don't think they're dictating the outcomes. I think they're influencing the outcomes. But ultimately, I haven't made a video game before, but I'm gonna be very concerned if Chris is not deferring to the people who have also worked on the things that he's hiring them to make. That does not sound like a great idea. Ow. Is that Chris singing? CIG needs to release their tools so people can help make the game faster. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, imagine how... They haven't even finished the tools yet. Like, they're still making them.
Something else in there that I want to follow up on right now. You say because you don't want to do matchmaking right now. Why?
Well, there's always the resource constraint, right? So the same team who would probably work on matchmaking is currently working on the entity graph. And it's also about risk. If we go and quite frank, 3.18 is a giant risk already because so much new technology, right? We're replacing a database which we have built over the last 5 years. And it came to its limits in the last couple of patches, as we all, I think, experienced. But that is like 5 years of development, which we're now replacing with complete brand new tech. We have, I think it's at that point, probably 8 different kinds of new services which we're deploying. We also at the same time switched our underlying back-end communication tech to a new framework, which we already battle testing in live right now, but a lot of new services using that new tech. So there's a lot of moving parts coming together. So every piece we add on top of that adds more risk, right? So now we also need to change matchmaking. Now we need to change all those things add, and it obviously makes the release way less manageable, right? So what we do is we try to reduce the risk by obviously the core needs to come as one piece, because there's no way to just introduce the replication layer without the database. For example, we need the minimum set pushed together, but we can't, we try to reduce, okay, what can we not do right now? Let's do that in the next iteration. Otherwise, it will be just a burning pile of issues we have to walk through.
So it's not going to be a burning pile of issues. That's what you're saying. The matchmaking stuff is kind of a bummer. Sharper Crown, thank you for hopping into the live content after just finding the videos today. I hope you've been loving it. Thanks for coming through. So matchmaking not being in is kind of the biggest downside to persistent entity streaming. It it makes it very clear to us that we won't be seeing the persistence we've been dreaming of. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's not persistent, but it's not going to be, you know, every time you hop into the game, you're going back to the same exact sort of stuff that you've been doing. It's a bummer. I do hope that they comment on when that next iteration might be that makes that work. I really, really would hope that it's by the time server meshing is coming around, but there's no guarantee. So we still have to wait to see. And this is the kind of the big news that came with this whole thing. Matchmaking is not necessarily going to be a part of persistent entity streaming, which means you're not going to be forced back into the same server or shard that all of your stuff was persistent on. That could be annoying. We're going to talk a lot more about this once it's in game and once we have time to get some experience with it. I'll probably end up doing a full Citizen Central show, bring on 4 other content creators or 4 community members or 4 of a mix, whatever. And we'll talk about kind of how it's been functioning, give it a little bit of a post-mortem, and get into more detail of what we think of it. Modding is literally the only way to accelerate production, even if it means we have to work with broken tools, because it's that unlikely CIG will finish modeling their own engine. I disagree. Production has accelerated without any modding, so not necessarily. Also, Fade, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and Axis, thanks for coming back in with that tier 1 sub at 8 months, dude. Appreciate you. Sorry you can't talk right now, but you can type. Clickety clackety, clickety clackety. Thank you for coming into the chat and chilling. So that's kind of, I just wanted to do a quick sort of look into PES and what the talk about it was, but really, now, I want to talk a little bit about what is expected for CitizenCon. I'm going to go over this one briefly because I've got a video coming out about it at the end of the week. But there's some cool stuff they've got planned here. Let me catch up with chat, and then we'll dive in. Doesn't actually look like I have much to catch up on. If you play with friends and only you crash, you can come back to the server. Right. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like a persistence of a couple hours, maybe not several days though. I'm gonna leave you now. Thanks for putting up with my stuff. Hey, no problem, dude. Thank you for chilling in chat. Thanks for being active. I'll see you around, Mike. When you said accelerate production, you mean finish the entire game within 2 years from now? Oh, there's no way we can do that. God, if we could even get base building to work within 2 years from now. But the game, yeah, I wish it could be finished. I wish these games were out already. God, at least Squadron 42. That game is just, the delays on that game is embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Like I said at the beginning of this stream, I've been working on a script going over the entire history of Star Citizen, CitizenCon events. And when you look at them all one right after the other, it looks so bad for Squadron 42. When you come to Power Play, can you talk about what to expect for Homestead? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Base building, what about simple persistent hangars? Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many things that would have to be modded into the game right now on broken systems for us to be able to actually do this stuff. And then on top of that, like, the rendering engine isn't done yet. Oh, there's just so many things. We're all a bunch of old farts. Yo, if they gave this to the community to finish, we would just see like the biggest and best ships come out, and then the coolest star systems. And then it would just devolve into a crazy PvP fest with other people just being like, leave me alone. That'd be insane if the community was let loose on production of this game. Oh god. In fact, nothing would probably come out, let's be honest. Is lockdown today? I actually don't know. Oh yeah, there's also Vulkan. The Vulkan API. The only way you figured to get the game finished is for CIG to somehow convince themselves to toss out all their feature creep / future ideas, remodel their engine based on current features only, and then make a community-tied mod kit. Well, the problem there is, what do you consider to be feature creep? And what do you consider to be current features? Would you call planetary navigation of AI a current feature or feature creep? Or would you call the ability to crack rocks in half, or not crack rocks, to bore into an asteroid to mine it, feature creep or a current feature? Because like that's just another part of mining which is already in game. Or the amount of star systems that we need for the game are like, it's the line isn't like, it's so there's so much gray area. That's why I actually made a video about that on my channel for channel members, supporters, anybody who supports Space Tomato on Twitch or anything. There is a video you can find. Oh no, that's public. If you go look up this video, Star Citizen Derelict's feature creep. I don't know if this is gonna make it come up. Yeah, this one. If you watch this video, I made this one to kind of explain how the features that they have in the game tend to creep on their own rather than like new features being added. All their plans past server meshing. I see. That would definitely leave the game ending faster, coming up faster, but we'd be super feature incomplete. Like we wouldn't even have proper long distance scanning. Guess we gotta scrap exploration, scanning, drones, star systems, outposts. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Are they still adding new features? Again, that depends on what you mean by new. I would say the last time I saw them add a feature that I was like, that wasn't meant to be in the game, was probably boat parameters. When they added that, I was like, that doesn't even come from something that they had planned. But a lot of times they add features into the game that had already been designed and conceptualized, but only just now had the ability to be added into the game itself. A good example of this is if you go to their design documents for all of their professions, like let's just look at mining. You start to see, okay, so they talk about scanning, finding a suitable asteroid, sure. But then you start going down further and they talk about scan operators, beam operators, exothermic reaction detectors, laser seismometers, analytical material processors. Like, all of this stuff was written years ago. Literally 7 years ago, this was all designed to be part of the mining game loop. So yeah, they might add in exothermic reaction detectors in 2 years, but people will consider that feature creep, even though they had already written it out and said, hey, this is how the game mechanic's going to be designed. So it's really hard to say what's feature creep and what's just them making the game that they tried to promise. Again, you can go into this even further with repair stuff. You get in here and you realize they're talking about balancing elements and like materials and reconstruction and repair arm operators and all this crazy stuff. And it's like, again, written back in 2015. So when they add that into the game, is that them fulfilling the promises that they've told people they were going to make, or is it them adding feature creep to the game and making it take longer? It's a weird situation to be in. Thanks for answering the questions. I'm also getting quite intoxicated by the idea of fixing the game up. Best of luck to you. I swear that would drive me crazy. I'm so glad I don't have to work on this game. New as in newly added to the timeline, not something already thought of. Let me think. Is there anything recently that they've added? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sure there is. There's got to be something. You can find a dead powerless body from thousands of miles away, so why can't you get a locator for that from the designated powering landing pad hangar long before you're 200 meters away? A glitch, probably. Just not good item tracking. Hey Juan, how you doing? Suzuki, thanks for hanging out. Catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. It isn't feature creep to me if it's already in the plan. Just because we didn't know about it doesn't count. Yeah, so it depends on who you are. And like, I guess what you expected of the game. But let's talk about CitizenCon. So, CitizenCon 2022 seems like it's going to be similar to last year, which I consider to be different than most other CitizenCons in that they were less about the marketing behind the game and more about the information, which I like. I feel like that's the best way to go. And they're going even further with it this year with no keynote. So we're diving straight into learning about the planets in the Pyro system. A lot of people are annoyed that we're still talking about the Pyro system, but I think this is the best way to go because it is the most immediate addition to the game. And there's still plenty for us to learn about these planets. We don't know crap. Like, we know that there is a green/yellowish gas giant. We know that Pyro 4 has some desert-like areas on it that look like, I don't know, Arizona. You know that Pyro 1 is grayish blue, and very cloudy and old. We know that people like to live on Pyro 3, and it's got yellow foliage. Pyro 2 has red and white foliage. Like, we know all these things, but we don't know the lore about them. We don't know the specifics, the locations, really. We haven't gotten a good review of the planets. So getting an in-engine guided tour of these is going to be nice. And it sounds like they're also planning on explaining why the lore behind these planets has changed so much, because we still don't have updated lore. So I'm expecting, and I think we'll also finally see a look at Pyro 6, I think it is. Pyro 6 we don't have any footage of whatsoever. We only have this concept art, and it really doesn't tell us very much. Just looks like a planet. Yay. So this will be a good chance for us to finally understand all of the planets in the system and what the heck is going on in the system. Yeah, we still don't have any info on that last planet. Want to know more about the people of Pyro? General settlers, not the gangers. Good call. And maybe they'll show us more about that, because we have gotten plenty of looks into some of the characters, sort of how they dress, and their, where are we? Their armor styles, their clothing styles, this kind of stuff. Like, this is all Pyro wear. But we haven't gotten much of the lore around it yet either. So hopefully we'll hear more about the people there as well, the outposts, and the sun flares. There's this crazy thing going on here. Let me see if it shows up. Solar burst. Solar bursts are dangerous natural disasters that happen regularly around older stars like Pyro. In these instances, the sun erupts with a high energy particle wave generated from its surface, traveling at 15% the speed of light through the entire star system. This dangerous high energy particle wave can be avoided by hiding behind other objects that are big enough. Super simple. Just like throw up a door in front of you and you're fine, right? The sun is throwing out waves of energy. All you got to do is hide behind your car. So this is a pretty big feature that will be occurring in the system as well. Hopefully something that we hear more about during this panel. The minimal amount, because that's very different from Stanton, and it sounds dangerous. Moving on to the next panel, we're looking at investigations. This is something that we talked about in the monthly report. Let's go back to that real quick. Investigation. So we jump down to the mission feature team. Now, they talked about Bounty Hunter V2 nearing completion. And then they mentioned that a new investigation mission type entering the prototyping stage is one of the most complex the team has ever tackled. So complex, they feel, that they're creating an entire panel in CitizenCon for it, which reads, explore the pitch process for a new mission archetype that leaves combat and delivery behind for mindful deduction and increased storytelling. There is a single mission in Star Citizen that I think we can look at to get an idea. Private investigator. My man Kung Lee with the walkthrough. So this is a mission that you can get out near Crusader in game right now. Is the oldest mission in the game.
Thank you for getting in touch with me. My husband recently died aboard the Gundo Covalex station, but the company is refusing to pay out his insurance claim because they say he was at fault. It's ridiculous. There is no way that's true. I know my husband. Darnell had his problems, but that is all in the past. I want you to go to the Covalex station and send me evidence that my husband is innocent. But even if you find out that he isn't...
So as you can hear, there's like actual voice acting. It's got narration. You go to this location. You find the space station. You get out of your ship. You board. You find out that the whole space station is ruined on the inside. You do some investigating. You find different bits of evidence.
Hey Darnell, it's Racine over at Corporate Ops. Give me a shout back when you clock in. Just wanted to follow up a bit on the distro issue. Talk to you in a bit. Bye.
And it's all over the station. This takes plenty of time. Multiple voice actors, multiple kind of segments to the mission. It's not incredible. It's not like if you put this into a regular video game, you wouldn't be that impressed by it. But in Star Citizen, this is a big deal. And it shows, it gives us a preview of, I think, what they're looking for with these missions. And I imagine since this is an archetype, they're going to make them in a way that they can be spread out more regularly across the verse and give us a little bit more to do in terms of interaction. So this is a good sign because a lot of the missions right now are combat focused. And personally, I don't really like combat missions that much. I know a lot of other people are looking for other things to do. So this will help to flesh out the mission selection a little bit and also show us, this will be the best example of what they think missions are in Star Citizen. We've seen a vertical slice mission in Squadron 42. We've seen a mission giver mission in Star Citizen itself. And we've seen some setup missions that they do for these different demos. But this is going to be the first, not the first, but the most up-to-date chance for us to understand how missions are supposed to feel in Star Citizen. And this is the best time to see because they're finally kind of on their grind when it comes to producing the game and doing actual development. Want to be a Star Citizen, not a Star Soldier? See? That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be a Star Hobo. Making ends meet. Begging on the corner. I'm the guy that's floating outside the space station, wiping down your windshields with water so that you can tip me before you fly off and go do your thing. I don't know how I'm going to get the tip. I'm out in space, you're inside. But I want to live a life. I'm not trying to shoot everybody. All right, next up is the new Underground. Now, this is a rework. Let's see. When corporations, commerce, and caverns collide. Take your first look at the enormous reimagining of underground facilities and the new gameplay possibilities that will arrive with them. This is an interesting sentence. Corporations, commerce, and caverns. Could it be possible that we see caves combined with underground facilities? Much like we see in Grimhex, where the tunnel collapses and it kind of goes from being a normal hallway to kind of a cave extension. That could be cool to see. Harkens back to CitizenCon 2018, I believe it was, where we got our first introduction to these underground facilities here. So this was the first time we ever got to see underground facilities.
You guys are too good a shot. You left.
And back then, this was cool to see. This was a new location, great. But by now, we all see this and we know exactly what you're going to get. The elevator goes down to the room. There's an entrance room, and then that opens up into a bigger room, which has a staircase going up or down, which is another room. And then in the back, there's a server room. Like every single underground facility is the same. So getting a major rework of these underground facilities, not only does that mean that we get finally a new layout, but also, given how well their locations teams have been doing lately, probably means we're going to be seeing some additional goodies included in there. Probably some more narrative focused changes, multiple entrances maybe. I would assume that these are going to be much better than the previous underground facilities, because the way they built locations back in 2017 compared to now is just completely different. It's Adonis, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. 15 months. That's a long time. That is a long dang time. How you doing? 07s, buddy. Star Citizen is a Star Soldier. That's the point I made earlier. In order to become a Star Citizen, you'd have to participate in a war. Well, I didn't gain consciousness until after the war. Air vents, yeah, and secondary traversal paths. That would be good. Next after that is the need for multiple speeds. We all know how much speed impacts combat, but now learn how master modes initially developed for Squadron 42 will impact the flight experience for the persistent universe and better define ship roles for all vehicles in Star Citizen. There's a lot going on here. We've got 5 people on this talk. David Coulson, big name when it comes to vehicle flight experience. Yogi Klatt, big name when it comes to gameplay. And Richard Towler, also very big when it comes to the game design. I don't know Ged Talbot or Johnny Young, but I know that those 3 I named are very key to the vehicle experience. And this feels like they figured out something for Squadron. They figured out an actual flight model with a difference between flight modes, and now they're bringing it over to us now that they've got it in a better place. Maybe they don't have it in a better place yet, but they might next year. I'm wondering if this is going to touch on VTOL flight, because VTOL flight is definitely a flight mode, and it will only happen at certain speeds, I assume, and it is coming back. So it'll be interesting to see how that includes that, but I'm also thinking this could introduce us to something that is like cruise control, or cruise mode used to be, a faster way of traveling that maybe lowers the functionality of your ship but allows you to get medium distance speeds faster. I'm talking 200, 500 kilometers. So we'll have to see about that. Last but not least, this could also talk about the rework of quantum travel, which we've seen a lot about in the monthly reports. That is quantum boosting, the ability to steer while you're in quantum travel, the ability to kind of change the acceleration into quantum travel. I don't know, it's all been a little bit cryptic, but quantum travel is going to see a definite rework, and that could be something that they focus on heavily for this multiple speeds segment. Next up is Lorville Redux, where they talk about the remake of that city. Lorville is the first city we got, so it's the most out of date. Definitely needs some work. The scale is all off. And ultimately, I don't think it really hits the vibe that they were going for when they first concepted the city. Destropic! Thank you for the sub. Gifting that out to Phased Kitten. Welcome to the sub club, Kitten. Also, keep in mind, Kitten, you can drop into the Discord server and see all of the exclusive videos that we have up from the last few months. I think there are still 5 right now. So make sure to join us on Discord if you would like, and welcome. But yeah, the Lorville Redux will probably include building interiors, which I think I might have some footage of. Let's see. Interiors. 400i, 400i, 400i. Looks like all I have is this. Doesn't really show us much. That's just a shader. Thought I had the footage of the building interiors. Yeah, this is only the mock-up of the shader. That kind of gives you the illusion that there are building interiors. They have been actually working on the interiors of buildings for a little while. Basically, oh, you know what? I think I called them executive. Yep, here we go. So this would be the example of a building interior in Crusader. And you can see that they basically, it's just a grouping of rooms, but the idea is that this will actually exist in all of the buildings that you could see in cities to some extent, so that we can get inside, we can run missions like we had with Siege of Orison, we can do kidnapping missions, retrieval missions, delivery missions that require you to actually go into buildings. This will be a big deal in R-Corp, but there's a good chance that they're going to start with trying it in Lorville, even though they kind of already started trying it with Crusader. So keep an eye out for that, and keep an eye out for just kind of a new reshaping of the way that the city is perceived. Because like I said, the concept art is a bit different from how it's been in the game so far. In fact, I've got a really good picture of the Lorville. Yeah, see this, I feel I would love to see this city. And I hope that they can nail this vibe. Because right now I feel like I'm in a neighborhood looking at the city. Whereas when you're in Lorville, you just feel like you're always in a city that's not really that big. It'd be nicer if there was a central location that felt like a city, and then the neighborhoods nearby with the transit systems and all of that, that make you feel more like you're on the outskirts of a megatropolis kind of thing. So we'll see. I don't know exactly what they're going to do with it, but they've been talking a lot about it and working on it for a while. It sounds like the Lorville rework is going to be a pretty big deal. Yeah, that does look like the offices in Siege of Orison. And I think that's probably where they went with it after they made all that stuff. The footage I just showed you was actually from... Oh no, that's from 2022. That's pretty recent. When? February of 2022. Okay. So they definitely were testing this building interior stuff out with the Crusader stuff for Siege of Orison first. So that's probably the first place we saw it. Maybe now we'll start to see it in Lorville. Yeah, see, the Crusader is getting those floating platforms with the extra missions to do. Kind of like as the bunkers. You're right. Kitten, you've been having a good time in game for some reason? Crazy. Madness. Absolutely gnarly. Ah, Destropic, you also subbed up with tier 1. Thank you. Welcome to the club. I appreciate the support today, guys. It's been great. A good welcome back to the swing of things. Oh, you got pissed when 3.17 released. I feel you. All right, next up is Power Play. Had a request for this one. How the upcoming resource management system will change life in the verse as we know it, from combat to player homesteading, and allow for true multi-crew gameplay. I would say, besides the need for multiple speeds, and this is kind of a toss-up, this could be the most important panel in the whole thing. If you were gonna see, if there was one panel you had to see, and you were concerned with gameplay, this is it. The resource management system is possibly the biggest gameplay focused feature that we are talking about right now. I'm trying to think. I would be hesitant to say, but tempted to say, that this is even bigger than the cargo refactor as a whole. Because resource management, like was being asked in the in chat, resource management isn't just a ship thing. it obviously the first place that it should be applied is in ships, and they've definitely only really been showing it when it comes to ships. So you can see this is the hammerhead, which has these relays being exposed, essentially showing you this is what you have to work with if you want to keep your ship running. You're always going to need an engineer running throughout all your big ships, making sure to touch on the parts that have been damaged or are running too hot or getting messed up, replacing those relays and keeping things getting power. And if you want to see this from a different angle, from the angle of what you're actually doing from the top down, you can see here that they have the hammerhead with these daisy-chained relays, which are transmitting power. So looking at the layout, you can see the power plant here and here with the orange. You can see the shield generator here with the orange. You can see a battery here. This is a, what is that? That's another relay. You've got your, what is LI? I always get this wrong. Can't remember what LI is, but turrets. You got all kinds of components in your ship, and they're all connected through the relay system. So as you disable a relay, as you can see here, if this relay dies, you lose one turret, two turrets, and basically everything else in the front of the ship. That whole section loses power. So these relays are really important, and you need an engineer to always keep track of them. But on top of that, you also just have this balance between the different components like I'm showing here. You have your fuel tank, your power plant, your battery. I still don't know what these things are. I hate that I can't remember. Oh, lights. Yes, thank you guys. You have your lights and you have your welcome sign. I'm just gonna call that a welcome sign, all connected by relays. And there's a balance that you have to keep between making sure your battery is fully charged by your power plant, but also making sure you have enough fuel in the fuel tank to keep the power plant going. And you can see this relationship in this little demo. As he fills up the fuel tank, you can see that the power plant gets power and starts charging the battery. I'll play that again. So fuel tank is off, or fuel tank is empty. He comes over here and he says, okay, it's filled up to halfway. Fills up halfway, power plant turns on, and the battery level starts going up. So there's going to be this really unique relationship between power and heat and life support and gravity and all these things that you have to balance as you're running a multi-crew ship. This is why buying the biggest ship might not be the best idea, because big ships are going to be a pain to keep running if you're by yourself. So that is all going to be explained to us finally for the first time in depth in this panel here. And that's a really big deal. We've been hearing a lot about it for 2 years now, and we haven't quite seen it. So that's good to see. But on top of that, it doesn't end there. Like I was saying earlier, after you think about how it affects ships, you also then have to start thinking about how this is going to affect things like the space stations that we're using, or the outposts that we're using. So if you go and you look at some of the concepts for the outposts that they're creating, the colonialism outposts, which we have seen in game, CitizenCon 2021, very clearly, this was all in game. And in fact, if you look closely in some of these details, you can see up on the roof here, some of these components and some of these things that will be playing with the power. They're always up on these little areas. And they have actually shown us this stuff over time as they've been building these bases out too. Let me see if I can find an example here. So you can see there's power plants on top of here. You've got different components that are very clearly wired up to the rest of the bases. Little generator over here. Stuff like that, right? So then you go back to the concepts that they once showed us about this stuff, and you look closely and you see that they have these little yellow spots on here called interactive points. These are the points that they're going to let us use in conjunction with the resource management system. So that then opens them up to saying, hey, we've got a mission. There's an outpost that went offline. We need you to get out to that outpost, figure out what went wrong, and get the power back up and running. You get out there, there's like a pirate that you have to kill. They took out the power, you turn it back on. Yippee, you saved the day. But like you can start to see how these different building blocks that they have been building in different areas and that they're showing in different ways during CitizenCon and ISC and everything are starting to combine into actual gameplay. And if we go back to the Inside Star Citizen we watched earlier today, I believe we can also see a sign of that here. Yeah, here.
And beyond.
So as he's showing off all these different things, you can see this mining module here. This is a refining base. And you see all the different yellow bits. Those are all the interaction points. So again, going from that concept art all the way to now the gray box models, you can see that they have kept these interactive points that could work with the power management system, the resource management system, as we start to play with them. Pretty, it's coming together, and I think they're going to show it all here, at least what they have planned in this panel. Finally, talking ship. This is a panel that they introduced, I think, back in 2019, and they've just been doing it pretty consistently ever since then. Generally talks about the ships that are taking up most of their work in the next year. So last year we got the Banu Merchantman. We got, gosh, I don't even remember what else. We got a few different ships last year. This year they'll talk about new ones. I don't know what. I'm sure they'll talk about the unannounced ship that we might be seeing in the monthly reports. Maybe the Hull C. Gosh, what else? SRV possibly. I don't know, maybe we'll see something like the Gatak, Raylan, or another unannounced ship for next year. But generally they just talk about a few different ships that they're working on. This is the one I'm least excited for, but I'm guessing it'll be the most exciting one. It reads, our annual presentation from the ships team. Discover the latest vehicles throughout the pipeline from concept to newly flyable, and a new twist to this year's voting on a new ship to come. I wonder what that twist will be. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna need like binders for all these schematics. And that's also the cool part. I love that crap. If you have an engineer who specializes in a specific ship, suddenly they have a guaranteed job. Like, it all feels so good. It all starts to come together when you realize that you're gonna have to know how your ship is laid out to be a good engineer. So you're gonna have somebody who's a specialized Hammerhead engineer, or a Carrack engineer, or an Idris engineer. And that person can then sell their services. They can go out and post into a public job board and be like, hey, I'm an engineer. I need to make some money. I'm looking for 2 weeks of play. Anybody have a ship that I can crew with? And that's how you meet a new group. That's how you get paid. That's how certain people get to do certain things. Other people get to do other things. I'm a Carrack engineer, so I know my job's not going to be taken by the Hammerhead engineer, but we can still both enjoy engineering. It's kind of like there's too many things to know in the game, so you can't just jump in between all of them. You have to be able to play with other people, hire other people, or NPCs to do that stuff. And I love that kind of stuff. That's why I like the game. That kind of works along with the cargo hauling we were talking about earlier. You know, you have somebody who specializes in being able to move cargo very quickly. Then you have somebody else who specializes in being able to pack it and unpack it quickly. Those two people can work together to make a good team. It's idealistic, but I do hope that's how it ends up. Surely they will start the presentation with the Kraken landing on Pyro. Ship manuals would be good. I wonder when the players start making ship manuals. Somebody's got to do it, right? Having a career/status showing you're that special engineer would help in that case. This is my chance to plug my org. I'm gonna do it. If you would like to join, we'd be happy to have you. But I'd like to give you a little introduction to, I gotta log in. I would like to give you a little introduction into our own imagining of how Star Citizen should accommodate players for that kind of a system. So we have our own org website. It's brand new, still very much a work in progress. Call it 3.0. It's the alpha. But in your profile in our org, you can come in here and you can tell everybody, here's what I do. I like exploration and survey. I like large scale events. I like event planning, community management, and you can select more stuff. You can say, hey, I do hand mining. I do asteroid mining. I do looting and scavenging, low flying, touring and sightseeing, and we continue to add those. And they will automatically give you the roles inside of our org so that you can be pinged for those kind of jobs. Other people can see that you like that stuff and throw you a message and be like, hey, I see that you're into this kind of stuff. Can you work with me? That's our own internal org thing. But I do hope that CIG at some point allows you to label yourself like that so that other people can hire you and get involved in that kind of stuff. So that's CitizenCon. It's supposed to be about 4 to 5 hours, I believe. Basically just a bunch of long, in-depth ISC episodes. The one thing that I am interested in hearing more about is why all of them are called Journey to 4.0. Does that mean that we're getting investigation missions in 4.0 and new bunkers in 4.0 and new speed modes and the new Lorville and resource management? Is that all coming in 4.0 along with pyro and new outposts and jump points? And like, it's definitely, I don't know if they're setting expectations way too high for 4.0 or if they have a really good feeling about it. I mean, come on, man. Misfit, they're the ones who are putting Journey, because then down here, they don't put Journey to 4.0. They just put Talking Ships. So that gives me the feeling that all of this is stuff that they think is going to be in 4.0. That's a lot. That's a freaking ton. Keep in mind that we also know that like hacking gameplay is getting pretty close to a place where they can include it into the game around that same time. And then all the other stuff that we're reading about in these monthly reports, like there's a lot of stuff that sounds like it could be coming in the next year. And this just sort of adds to that list. So I'm wondering. It's not the destination, it is the journey to getting there, but they shouldn't say journey to 4.0. The way I read this is, we are on the journey to 4.0. Here is part of that journey, the new underground. I take that as a means of, we expect this to be in 4.0. We're letting you in on the journey to that, you know? I think if they didn't want people to associate these additions with 4.0, they definitely wouldn't put 4.0 in here. Otherwise, they would have put 4.0 before Talking Ships as well. They held a lot of stuff back for server meshing, but many of these things are things that are actively being worked on. Lorville, not complete. Resource management, not complete. In the new underground, I don't believe that's complete. Don't know if it's on here. It's not. But like resource management still has plenty of work to be done on it. Lorville. Oops. Is my L button broken or something? Lorville. Plenty of work to do on it. So like this isn't necessarily stuff that's being held back. They're just like lining it all up. Same types of missions, but underground isn't that exciting, is it? Oh, this isn't about the... Well, this is talking about new gameplay possibilities. So I'm thinking there will be new missions. Overall, though, I do think that the same missions in different areas can be exciting. For instance, clearing out the black kite on the Reclaimer is pretty similar to clearing out a bunker on a planet's surface. But with the new location, they can dress it up a little bit differently and add in some different game mechanics to make it interesting again. Invictus 4.0, I could see that being the earliest time. I do think that we'll be looking at it as the third quarter patch next year at the earliest, but maybe next summer. Might be 4.x instead of 4.0. It could be. But again, if that's the case, this is a very, very bad It's just more bad communication. If they don't have these things planned for 4.0 and they put Journey to 4.0 before it, that's another CIG kerfuffle. And I really hope they can get through this CitizenCon without a kerfuffle, because there's so many kerfuffles. Seriously, this script that I've been talking about, writing up what's going on in Star Citizen over the years, every single year they had something that they did that was like, you shouldn't have done that. Just seen Bethesda Starfield SC better step it up. I don't think those two games will really... I mean, they're related, but I don't think that Starfield's going to be a game to take away Star Citizen's player base. I think that people who are interested in Star Citizen are interested in it for different reasons than people would be interested in Starfield. Starfield, I think, is more about the characters and the story as opposed to the interconnectivity of the game elements and like the ship aspect. Bad communication seems to be a norm. Yes, very much is. And it always has been. It's gotten much better, but it's still pretty bad. It's like, it's funny because they're great at communication, but they also kind of suck at it. But folks, that's the end of the stream. All done with it for tonight. I've actually gone well over what I was supposed to. And I hope you got something good out of this stream, learned something new, got caught up like I did. It's our first 4-hour stream in a while. But yeah, this was a review of everything that's happened over the last 2 weeks. Not everything, but a couple of the big things, as well as a look at what's coming up with the with CitizenCon. I'm excited for this CitizenCon. I really am. I'm looking forward to it. I hope everybody else is looking forward to it. And if you would like to, actually, I will set up a scheduled stream. I'm going to be covering CitizenCon in its entirety on my own YouTube channel here and on Twitch. And I will also be doing a little bit something extra afterwards, so make sure to tune in for that. But I'm going to go ahead and make sure to schedule that stream so that people can RSVP if they'd like to join me for that. But keep an eye out. October 8th, I will be doing a full in-depth dive into the content live as it's happening, and hopefully give some extra context and some good jokes. Yeah, bad jokes. Let's be honest, jokes kind of suck. I hope that you would be willing to join me, and I hope you're as excited as I am. Until then, I'm gonna drop you all off with one of our friendos online streaming right now. I'm thinking I'll throw you to Aldo. Haven't rated Aldo in a long time. Show Aldo some love. Actually, wait a second. Yeah. Show Aldo some love playing some Star Citizen, folks. Looks like he's just getting started, so it's perfect timing. Tell him hello. Tell him much love. Kitten. Why the bad timing? Did somebody just drop in here? Oh, no, you just got here. That's a bummer. Well, it's good to see you, man. Thank you for dropping in. Sorry we lost you at the last second there. But I hope everybody who was here enjoyed the stream, learned something new, had some entertainment. And I look forward to seeing you all in the next stream on Wednesday. We'll be doing a Q&A, so make sure to get all your questions ready. Save them up. Drop them wherever you can to make sure you don't forget them. And bring all your Star Citizen questions on Wednesday. We'll go through the hard ones. Thanks again, folks, for being here. Thank you for the support today. Make sure to set your calendars for the for CitizenCon next weekend and get involved in our giveaways all throughout this week. Cheers, folks. Have a good week. Oh, and all of you on YouTube, I'm redirecting you over to Rubik's Raptor, I believe. I don't know what he's doing, but I can't really raid anything else. So have a good one, folks. Go raid that channel and tell them to check out Star Citizen. Bye, everybody.